Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm the Estonian Minister of Economic Affairs and Infrastructure, and this is my first meeting. I understand that it's not the regular situation, so I'm very glad that Europe is prepared to send out a strong message. First, we have very different energy mixes and starting points, but if it's needed, we can stand united. And secondly, it's very important to send out a strong message to the aggressor, to Russia, that Europe cannot be blackmailed. We know that Russia uses energy as a weapon, and Russia understands that it will be a very difficult winter, but Europe will tackle this together, and I'm positive that we can find an agreement today. So looking forward to the first meeting, and I'm sure you can, in a few hours, get good news from the ministers' meeting.
The proposal today, is it enough? Because there are all the exceptions, it's on voluntary basis. Is this really a strong signal towards Russia?
I would say the decision itself, it's extraordinary. Both that it's taken so quickly and that there is a compulsory element if we are in an emergency situation. So I would say that it is an important decision and it is an extraordinary decision. But Estonia, for example, is in a very fortunate position. We strongly supported even the first version of the regulation because our demand has reduced considerably, even during the first half of the 2022, and we expect to reduce our consumption at least by 20% this year. But we are lucky. Gas has always played quite a small role, and considering our skepticism towards Russia, we have put in effort to reduce our dependence on Russian gas during the past 10 years already. So I think we have an advantage, but asking the same from every member state overnight, it seems even a bit unfair for me. But I'm sure that if we all put in the effort that it's asked, we do enough to successfully survive the winter. But looking into the future, of course, losing all dependence on Russian energy, it's essential. Estonia has always supported and acted according to that. So I think you ask the right question. We should be more ambitious, but this is only the first step.
Estonia wanted a gas embargo. You wanted to see gas in the seventh package of sanctions. Now, EU countries, some of them, are waiting to get more Russian gas, hoping for more Russian gas. I mean, what are the optics of this for Ukraine?
Well, we're looking at the news. Even if countries hope for more Russian gas, it might not arrive. So hoping to get something from Russia to serve the state's interest, I think it's a false hope. You will never win in this game. Russia can overplay you every time. So Estonia has learned this. We have explained it for 30 years, and we continue explaining it. And although there's no embargo on Russian gas, we still support it. I think maybe it'll be in the 8th sanction package or the 9th sanction package. The war is still ongoing, and sanctions so far, they haven't been enough. So we have to work on coming out of Russian gas. But we understand that some other member states are in a very different situation. And when looking towards the winter, you can't leave people living in the cold. So.
But Minister, it's still your point of view that every time that countries buy Russian gas, they're helping Russia to fund its war machine?
Yes. Yeah. And fortunately, everyone understands that and have made steps to reduce dependence on Russian gas. And you can't do these things overnight. But I think setting out the goal, if we can manage it in 2 years or something, it has long-term effects for the energy security in Europe. And I think this is something that we should work on. And today's decision is a step in that direction.
Should it be on voluntary basis like it is now, or should it be just like an agreement that is definite for everybody?
If we are in an emergency situation, yes, then compulsory targets are okay, but even the voluntary goal, it bans no one to do more than the voluntary goal. So Estonia will be doing more, and I think we have other member states who will do the same. Maybe the other Baltic states, Finland. So, and I think this should be acknowledged as well. Thank you.
Muy buenos días a todos. Yo creo que hoy es un día muy importante. Es un día en el que queremos salir de este Consejo con un mensaje claro de unidad frente al chantaje energético de Putin, de solidaridad para con aquellos Estados miembros de la Unión Europea que se ven mucho más afectados por una situación terriblemente dura para la que debemos estar preparados, de flexibilidad en el modo en el que conseguir que esa solidaridad sea efectiva. Yo quiero agradecer enormemente el trabajo de estos días muy intensos, con la coordinación de la presidencia checa, pero con la participación de todos los gobiernos, ministros, equipos técnicos, los propios equipos de la Comisión, para poder poner de manifiesto cuáles son las mejores medidas de forma que podamos dar una respuesta inmediata basada en esa solidaridad efectiva en la que el ahorro y la eficiencia son fundamentales en cualquier caso, para conseguir una economía más competitiva, para conseguir reducir costes, también para liberar recursos energéticos que puedan ser usados por otros. Es cierto también que en esta última acepción, en este último objetivo, solamente tiene sentido si de verdad pueden ser usados por otros. Por eso hay fórmulas también efectivas, importantes, en las que lo que pretendemos, en las que lo que conseguimos es facilitar el acceso a esos recursos energéticos. España es hoy el puerto de entrada más importante de la Unión Europea en gas natural licuado. España reexporta el 20% del gas que importa y estamos en condiciones de fortalecer esas capacidades tanto para poder reexportar a través de los dos gasoductos transpirenaicos más de lo que hasta ahora se nos ha demandado para poder tenerlo disponible al 100%, para almacenar y poder reenviar con metaneros de menor tamaño a otros puertos europeos. Creemos que la combinación de las distintas medidas de ahorro, eficiencia, almacenamiento, transporte y acceso a accesibilidad al gas por parte de los estados del norte y el centro de Europa que se ven más afectados por los cortes de gas rusos son determinantes, son fundamentales, y hoy esperamos poder activar estas propuestas que se vayan consolidando, que vayan permitiendo un fortalecimiento, una mejor coordinación de los operadores gasistas en los próximos meses y poder superar con éxito este otoño-invierno complicado que se nos avecina.
Las excepciones que hay ahora mismo encima de la mesa con el texto que se va a ver ahora, ¿se estaría en España? ¿Estaría en España? ¿Estaríamos de acuerdo con ellas? ¿Y sería suficiente para el ahorro previsto? ¿Qué se necesita?
La Presidencia ha estado trabajando, escuchando a todos los gobiernos, poniendo de manifiesto que las realidades nacionales son diferentes, que las aportaciones pueden ser diferentes y las limitaciones también pueden ser diferentes. De poco sirve que una isla ahorre el 15% si no puede transferir ese recurso a los países del centro de Europa. Sería una medida desproporcionada que no tiene ningún sentido. Ha hecho una presentación de medidas que en positivo representan una contribución importante por parte de todos y combinan, como digo, ahorro, eficiencia junto con disponibilidad de recursos. Nosotros creemos que es un paquete extraordinariamente delicado, que ha sido cuidado por parte de todos, y creemos que si bien no satisface plenamente a nadie, porque cada uno le hubiera gustado más ver las cosas matizadas en una dirección o en otra, puede ser un punto de encuentro muy positivo sobre el que, como digo, seguir construyendo. Pensemos que nunca jamás se ha hecho esto. El mix energético de cada país ha sido siempre una competencia nacional. La seguridad de suministro ha sido siempre una competencia nacional. El abastecimiento y los proveedores ha sido siempre una competencia nacional, y por primera vez damos un paso en el que todos los gobiernos nos comprometemos a hacer más por los demás en suministro y en seguridad de suministro y abastecimiento. Yo creo que es un paso adelante muy importante, y nosotros, en los términos en los que aparece el texto esta mañana, aunque echemos de menos algunas de las cosas que habíamos propuesto, creo que estamos obligados, evidentemente, a decir que sí, a trabajar, a seguir impulsando medidas de ahorro y eficiencia en casa y a seguir contribuyendo a la seguridad de suministro de nuestros vecinos. I think that the main point was that saving without the real capacity to send this energy to other countries is not a must. It doesn't help to the solidarity message that we were willing to send. An island that cannot send the gas to the Central Europe doesn't make sense. That introduce additional saving measures just for the sake of solidarity. So I think that the combination of the different measures of solidarity with flexibility helps a lot to have an united response. And I think that this is the type of balance that the Presidency has managed to get in this proposal, where you combine not only saving but also how to ensure that the different infrastructures can be working for the sake of the common interests of the European Union. And I think that from now we need to invest even more, to do much more, to learn during the summer, and to be able to respond to this challenge next fall and winter. So I'm optimistic, and I think that it is a very relevant step forward for the sake of the Union, for the sake of our energy security, and for the sake of staying together, united in this very difficult context.
But Minister, more politically, basically Spain shouldn't have to pay for Germany's policy mistakes.
I think that this is out of question. I think that the question is not where the policy mistakes may be, but how to respond to a very important challenge. And the Union is built on the Union. What we think it could have been better introduced is if we could have had a chance to have a general orientation debate before. Because I think that nobody challenges the need of solidarity. But I think that the means of solidarity can be very different and not necessarily the initial proposal was not necessarily the most effective solidarity approach. So I think that now it is much more balanced. And then, of course, we need to speed up the energy transformation, the energy transition, and to invest in energy efficiency, to invest in renewable energy, and to invest in other solutions. I guess that she was in a hurry.
Ministra, salga lo que salga hoy de esta reunión, asumiendo los porcentajes de ahorro energético que hagan falta, ¿sigue manteniendo usted, igual que dijo la semana pasada, que en España en ningún caso habrá ni cortes ni racionamientos de gas para ningún tipo de consumidor, pase lo que pase, incluso si Rusia acaba cortando totalmente el gas?
Nosotros hace tiempo que venimos trabajando en varias medidas que creemos que son fundamentales. Impulsar ahorro y eficiencia. Muchos de los consumos, sobre todo los consumos en nuestros hogares, están vinculados al tipo de soluciones que tenemos, al tipo de aislamiento que tenemos en nuestros hogares y a la manera en la que calentamos o enfriamos nuestros hogares, pero muchas de esas soluciones también tienen que ver con el comportamiento individual de las familias. Por eso, más allá de proponer, como hemos hecho, facilidades para introducir techos solares, bombas de calor y frío frente a calderas térmicas, creemos que es muy importante apelar a la responsabilidad de los ciudadanos y no contemplamos, como tampoco contempla el reglamento de la Unión Europea, restricciones, racionamiento en el consumo de hogares. Por parte de la industria, que yo creo que han venido afrontando no solamente inversiones en eficiencia, sino también han venido pagando, como hemos hecho todos los consumidores de gas en España, el contar con una infraestructura muy potente de regasificación, y es muy difícil que pudieran cambiar un combustible por otro en muy poco tiempo. Hemos querido escuchar sus propuestas, y sus propuestas van más en la línea de buscar flexibilidad voluntaria que el imponer restricciones. Yo creo que es un enfoque correcto. Creo que hay que ir viendo cómo se van sucediendo las cosas. En principio, como digo, no solamente consideramos que no hay problemas de abastecimiento, creemos que somos un buen puerto de entrada para poder incrementar nuestra capacidad de abastecer a terceros países, ya sea porque nos demanden más electricidad porque hay sequía o porque hay problemas de seguridad nuclear en Francia, y por tanto esa demanda extra hay que producirla a partir de gas, como para poder impulsar más gas a través de los dos gasoductos transpirenaicos, o eventualmente recibir grandes metaneros que caben en pocos puertos y reenviar, tras haber almacenado el tiempo que haga falta, en pequeños metaneros donde haga falta, como en estos momentos hacemos entre Barcelona y Livorno. Así que nuestro enfoque es que la capacidad para aportar una muy buena parte del gas que va a necesitar el centro de Europa, en nuestro caso, se basa precisamente en poner a disposición esas infraestructuras que han sido muy costosas, pero que pueden dar servicio a mucha más población europea que no solamente la población española. Eso sí, creemos que ese esfuerzo, que creemos que es importante y que hay que hacerlo, no debe hacerse en detrimento de las necesidades supereficientes. Hay que seguir impulsando ahorro y eficiencia de los propios consumidores españoles.
Vicepresidenta Juan, optimista desde el encuentro de hoy. ¿Vamos a ver un acuerdo, sí o sí?
Yo creo que vamos a ver un acuerdo. Es obvio que hasta que no haya acabado la reunión no podemos estar seguros, pero mi impresión es que todos entendemos que cuando alguien pide ayuda, hay que ayudar. La manera de ayudar puede plantearse de muchas formas diferentes, y es siempre mejor que esa ayuda esté basada en el diálogo, en el consenso, y que todo el mundo se sienta partícipe en la definición de esa ayuda, pero yo estoy convencida de que en la sala en principio va a primar ese espíritu de ayuda y colaboración, y no las dificultades obvias que todos tenemos para encajar las distintas piezas de este paquete. Ahora bien, hasta que no haya acabado la reunión no podremos decir nada, y cuando haya acabado la reunión, pues para mí será un placer también poder comentar cómo ha ido por la reunión con todos ustedes y poder hacer referencia a las conclusiones a las que llegamos.
Vicepresidenta, aunque no sea una obligación, usted se suma también a la sugerencia que hacía la Comisión Europea para que también los españoles, en la medida que puedan, en sus hogares hagan algún tipo de ahorro energético? Como...
Bueno, nosotros partimos, hace tiempo que venimos trabajando, partimos de que es importante impulsar ahorro y eficiencia energética. Lo es en ausencia de una crisis como esta, más todavía en una situación como esta. Hay medidas que se pueden impulsar desde la propia Comisión Europea. La mayor parte de ellas se pueden facilitar a través de la legislación nacional y muchas dependen del comportamiento, la suma de los comportamientos de cada uno de los actores individuales a título personal o industriales, actores económicos. Por tanto, es fundamental mantener ese diálogo. Yo quiero seguir esa ronda de conversaciones iniciada con la industria, con los consumidores, con los productores y comercializadores de energía, también con los grupos parlamentarios, las comunidades autónomas y los ayuntamientos. A las comunidades autónomas y a los ayuntamientos les hemos pedido que se sumen en la elaboración de planes de ahorro específicos para sus propias instalaciones e infraestructuras. Tendremos que ver hasta dónde se puede llegar por esta vía y tendremos que seguir impulsando, como digo, con consumidores domésticos e industriales ese cambio de comportamiento en favor de la eficiencia que en muchas ocasiones pasa por ser cuidadosos o flexibles en el consumo de gas.
Sí, Presidenta, una pregunta rápida. Con estas excepciones que se están planteando sobre la mesa, ¿España podría reducir ese 15% en caso de que fuera obligatorio? ¿Podría reducirlo a cero o tenemos que asumir que sí que será necesario un porcentaje de reducción de consumo de gas, sea voluntario, sea finalmente obligatorio?
Yo creo que es correcto que todos asumamos un compromiso de reducción, de ahorro neto. Creo que el 15% añadido a todo este esfuerzo de puesta a disposición de nuestras infraestructuras era muy difícil. Es más, si ponemos a disposición nuestras infraestructuras, que es el principal valor añadido que tenemos, de hecho se incrementa el consumo de gas natural, lógicamente, porque habrá más demanda que tendremos que cubrir procedente de otros países. Pero sí pienso que el ahorro en el ámbito doméstico no solamente forma parte del capítulo 1 de cualquier manual de transformación del sistema energético y de eficiencia económica, sino que en este momento es particularmente importante. Así que sí cuento con que tendremos un objetivo de reducción, no del 15, sino significativamente por debajo, porque si se trata de un paquete de solidaridad, lo que tenemos es que combinar las distintas medidas de solidaridad que no se resumen solamente en ahorro neto, sino en cómo se consigue que quien lo necesita pueda tener acceso a energía, que es el objetivo de todo esto, que quien lo necesita pueda tener acceso a energía. Y en nuestro caso somos importantes en ese esquema. Nosotros, nuestro mayor valor añadido, como digo, es facilitar ese acceso a una energía que por otras razones en la mayor parte de los Estados miembros es complicado, porque no pueden recibir gas natural licuado, no pueden regasificar, no pueden trasladarlo a través de las tuberías, distribuirlo en toda Europa. Y nosotros queremos no solamente aplicar lo que tenemos, sino reforzar lo que tenemos para poder incrementar de forma importante ese envío de gas al resto de Europa. Gracias.
Well, current situations calls joint reaction and action on the EU level, and we welcome the Czech presidency to call this meeting. We are very grateful to them. And about this regarding EU regulation, we are welcome it, and we are supporting it. And I hope that today's discussion will show us that European solidarity is still alive. Thank you.
Are there not too many exceptions in the whole program?
It is not ideal solution, but nevertheless, it's better to show the rest of other member states that we still accomplish the common solution. Thank you. The ideal solution is to reduce 15% altogether every member states, and this will lead us to independently from Russian gas.
So now you'll be only partially independent?
There is some obstacle to reach that. It's not obstacle to reduce freely, and there is not in one step. There is many steps to reach the goal.
Lahko še v slovenščini kakšno je torej stališče glede tega predloga zadnjega, pa kaj je ključno za Slovenijo v tem predlogu, tej uredbi?
Mi podpiramo to uredbo, ker je potrebno pokazati napor, da skupaj rešimo in naslovimo neodvisnost od ruskega plina. Če bomo vse države članice ravnale koordinirano in skupno, potem bo skupen problem, ki ga bomo naslovili, veliko manjši, kot pa če bi ga vsaka država članica reševala vsaka zase. Vemo pa, da v Sloveniji nimamo lastne proizvodnje plina, niti nimamo lastnih proizvodnih skladiščnih kapacitet, zato smo mogoče za razliko od drugih držav članic bolj zainteresirani za skupno evropsko rešitev, zato tovrstne akcije absolutno podpiramo. In ta solidarnost, na katerih temelji Evropska unija, še posebej na energetskem sektorju, absolutno podpiramo in zelo nas veseli, da smo z Italijo podpisali solidarnostni sporazum in upamo in apeliramo tudi na dve drugi državi članice, s katerimi imamo interkonekcijo, se pravi z Avstrijo in Hrvaško, da bomo uspeli do jeseni tudi z njimi podpisati. To bi nam zagotovilo, da to zimo absolutno zaščitimo naše zaščitene odjemalce.
Mogoče samo še to, kaj je najpomembnejše v tem predlogu za Slovenijo?
Najpomembnejše je, da smo prišli do skupne rešitve, da še vedno lahko, seveda z večjimi koraki, ne z enim korakom, uspemo znižati na prostovoljni bazi med 10 in 15% plina. Vkolikor to ne bo doseženo na prostovoljni bazi, je naslednjem koraku obveza po znižanju. In vkolikor bodo vse države članice ravnale skladno z predlogom, ki je v trenutni uredbi, potem nas to pripelje do neodvisnosti od ruskega plina. Hvala.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning. Just to say, I think this is going to be an important moment of solidarity in European Union energy policy. We need to work collectively to reduce the risk that the Russian gas government have over us. And I think the proposal, the regulation, while very swift in its creation, is the right one. We need to make sure that we do reduce our demand, reduce our use, and increase our security at that time.
Aren't there not too many exceptions to speak from a solidarity program?
We're likely Ireland to be one of the countries that benefit from those exceptions, but in each case it's based on a reality, in our case a physical reality. We're not connected to the European gas grid. So yes, there are exceptions, but I think they're appropriate. The real energy physics makes sense for them in a variety of ways. But that doesn't stop the basic desire, all of us, to reduce our use. Even if we're not connected to the grid, we have to reduce this price effect as well as the supply risk effect impels every country to do their bit and play their part.
Is this enough? Is this enough? What is now on the table? Will we get over winter with that?
15% will probably not be enough, given what the Russians have just announced, a further reduction in their gas supplies through Nord Stream 1. But it's better than not having it. And I think the signal it sends is also important to our citizens and to the wider world.
But how do you sell this to your citizens at home? Ireland is not reliant on Russia for gas. I mean, it's not built up any sort of toxic dependencies. Is it fair to ask your citizens to pay for perhaps the policy mistakes of another country?
I was here as an energy minister back in 2008 and 2009 when there was another Russian gas crisis, when they again then cut off the gas. Since then, we learned from our mistakes and we made it a more integrated market. Gas flows in different directions. but also now it's a much more fungible market. So the price that we pay for gas now, even though we're not connected to Russian supplies, is affected by the same issue. So in Ireland's case, while we're not physically connected, we're hit by the high prices, and that's why it makes sense for us to use less.
It looks like the whole program is most important just to save Germany. Is it like that now Europe is being showing solidarity just to save Germany that has been blind for the problem with Russia?
It isn't just Germany. My Austrian colleagues would have a similar, probably even higher exposure, dependence on Russian gas. Italy similarly. So there are a number of countries that are particularly exposed. But yes, there is solidarity, and even if it's one of the largest members, it's appropriate that we show solidarity, because in that solidarity we all build our strength. So regardless of the size of the countries that are most at risk, smaller countries like Ireland, we're not going to move the dial in terms of gas demand. But there are times when you show solidarity, and this is one of them.
What are the optics here? You know, we've had countries like Ireland, Spain in the past having kind of a finger wagged at them during the debt crisis. Now the shoe's on the other foot. It looks like, for example, Germany is the one that's in a problem here. Do you see this as, do you see a kind of inequality there that you're having to be show solidarity with Germany when perhaps that wasn't so much the case in the past?
No, I don't. I don't think there's an equivalence. And I mean, I was involved. We were in government at that time. I know what it was like. If we get caught up in looking back, that won't solve this problem. We have to look forward, and forward more than anything else, how we all get through this winter. And that makes the case for solidarity, no matter what happened in the past. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm the Energy Minister from Luxembourg, just coming from a coordination of the Pentalateral Group, which is Germany, France, Benelux, Austria and Switzerland. So all of us are dedicated to move ahead today. We will have an agreement. It's important to go beyond just buying gas from all over the world. We need also to go now into demand-side management to reduce our demand, and the 15% is what we will have to do, and we are ready to do it.
Sind die 15% überhaupt genug? Sind die 15% überhaupt genug, über den Winter zu kommen?
15% is what Commission has modelled. So for the moment, we have trust into the modelling of Commission. Yeah, good. I think my best guess last week was that Putin will and Gazprom, they will basically one day they will go up, one day they will go down, just to continue this putting us under pressure and trying to disunite us. He will not succeed. We stand together. We are prepared. We will come over this winter, over next winter, and then anyway it's bye-bye Russian gas.
Ist es richtig, dass es jetzt auf freiwilliger Basis ist? Hätte man das nicht gleich als Verpflichtung für alle machen sollen?
The 15%, everybody will be able to do it. Because the price signal is already getting us, I think, roughly to 10% in almost every country. Some countries are even beyond that. So if now we are able to motivate citizens, if we take an exemplary role of state office buildings, local authority office buildings, we will get to the 15%, and that is what is important.
How much more has Luxembourg to do to reach 15% target?
I think we have to do roughly 5% more, and that is possible.
5% more?
Yes. Thank you very much. 15% is what Commission has modelled. So for the moment we have trust in the modelling.
Dzień dobry Państwu, żebyśmy nie zaburzyli naszego kolegi Claude'a. To jest bardzo trudne. Spotkanie z jednej strony jest istotne, żebyśmy pokazali solidarność w tych niezwykle trudnych czasach, bo jak widzimy, co oczywiście nie jest dla nas zaskoczeniem, zachowania Gazpromu nadal są na skrajnym poziomie nieprzewidywalności. Tak było, jest i będzie. Więc w tej sytuacji na pewno musimy stanąć razem i mówić jednym głosem. Natomiast to, co jest ważne w tej dyskusji, solidarność oznacza wolność, subsydiarność i takie rozumienie solidarności jest naszym rozumieniem od początku wojny. Nie zgadzamy się na żadne wymuszenia i to w obie strony. Ja nie chcę decydować o redukcjach i ograniczeniach w Belgii, we Włoszech, w Hiszpanii czy w innych państwach europejskich. Każde państwo ma swoje niezależne polityki energetyczne i tak powinno zostać. Każdy rząd odpowiada za bezpieczeństwo energetyczne swoich obywateli. I oczywiście my pokazaliśmy od początku wojny otwartość na solidarność. Chcemy rozmawiać z Niemcami na temat rozwiązania problemu derusyfikacji, jeżeli chodzi o ropę, ale jeżeli dojdzie do takiego porozumienia, to będzie porozumienie dwóch niezależnych państw, oparte na interesach tych obu państw i na wspólnym kompromisie, jeżeli do takiego dojdzie. Nie możemy rozmawiać o bezpieczeństwie energetycznym na zasadzie wymuszonych rozwiązań. Wydaje mi się, że ta dyskusja do tego zmierza i te ostatnie dni to pokazały, że wszystkie państwa takie podejście akceptują. W tej propozycji, która za chwilkę się pojawi, bo jeszcze trwają ostatnie rozmowy, Polska nie ma żadnych celów redukcyjnych i to jest dla nas, to był dla nas cel negocjacyjny, cel tych rozmów, żeby zostały docenione nasze wysiłki na rzecz zapełnienia magazynów, nasze dobrowolne działania na rzecz redukcji, które podjęły poszczególne przedsiębiorstwa i sektory. Polskie społeczeństwo też wierzymy, że ma gotowość do oszczędzania, ale na zasadzie indywidualnych decyzji, a nie na zasadzie wymuszeń. My nie potrzebujemy żadnych ograniczeń. 11 państw na dzisiaj ma ograniczenia, jeżeli chodzi o gaz. Polska nie ma i nie ma potrzeby żadnych ograniczeń. Magazyny są pełne, dostawy gazu są realizowane do Polski. Naszym wyzwaniem na dzisiaj największym jest ciągle ETS. Wyzwaniem nie tylko transformacji, ale wyzwaniem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego. Polski sektor, na przykład ciepłownictwa, przed kolejnym sezonem jesienno-zimowym jedną z głównych trosk poza surowcem jest opłacenie wysokich opłat ETS-u. Tu też oczekujemy solidarności, bo to jest nasz problem, nasze wyzwanie i takiej dyskusji oczekujemy i takiej dyskusji będziemy dzisiaj oczekiwać na Radzie.
Pani minister, żebyśmy dobrze wszyscy zrozumieli, żeby to wybrzmiało. W tej propozycji, która jeszcze jest doprecyzowana, tej przesłanej państwom członkowskim przedwczoraj wieczorem, nie ma żadnych celów redukcyjnych dla Polski.
Nie ma żadnych celów redukcyjnych dla Polski.
Jeśli chodzi o obowiązkowe zużycie
Dokładnie
gazu,
tak. W tej propozycji nie ma żadnych celów redukcyjnych dla Polski i tego oczekiwaliśmy, zrozumienia naszej sytuacji, ale przede wszystkim zrozumienia nieakceptacji naszej dla tej idei obowiązkowych redukcji. Dlaczego 15, dlaczego 10, dlaczego dla wszystkich? To są niepoważne dyskusje prowadzone w taki sposób. Zgadzamy się na dobrowolną rozmowę, na negocjacje pomiędzy państwami i takie podejście jest dla nas akceptowalne i patrząc na przebieg tych rozmów, de facto to się stało.
Czyli propozycja jest neutralna, można tak powiedzieć.
Propozycja jest neutralna, niemniej jednak czekamy, co będzie położone w ostatniej chwili na stole. Wiemy, że jeszcze państwa prowadzą rozmowy, będziemy dyskutować.
A jest szansa na porozumienie?
Poczekajmy na Radę. Nie jedna Rada w ostatniej chwili odwróciła podejścia. Solidarność na pewno jest tym, co nam będzie przyświecać i podejście z otwartością na inne państwa, ale żadnych przymusów.
Pani minister, to jeszcze bardziej doprecyzować. Czyli nie ma tych celów redukcyjnych dla Polski, bo w ogóle propozycja jest neutralna dla wszystkich? Czy jesteśmy jednym z państw, które korzysta z wyłączeń ze względu na swoją sytuację geograficzną czy gospodarczą?
Propozycja jest neutralna dla Polski. Dla różnych państw ta propozycja jest różna i to, co będziemy dzisiaj też postulować, że podejście do tego dokumentu z naszej strony zależy nie tylko od polskiego podejścia, od poszczególnych państw. Ja chcę mieć pewność, że żadne państwo nie jest zmuszane do redukcji, że żadne państwo nie jest w sytuacji przymusu, czy niezadowolenia z tego dokumentu, czy ograniczenia bezpieczeństwa energetycznego. Nie chcemy tym dokumentem zmuszać jakiegokolwiek państwa do przyjmowania rozwiązań, które byłyby nieakceptowalne. Dlatego też będziemy czekali do końca dzisiejszej dyskusji. Jeżeli jest to dokument, który wszyscy są w stanie zaakceptować, jesteśmy gotowi o nim rozmawiać, bo przypomnę, że dzisiaj nie będzie głosowania, tylko rozmowa, ale chcemy mieć pewność, że w ogóle mechanizm jakichkolwiek wymuszeń na poziomie państw nie jest tym dokumentem wprowadzany.
Minister, in English, please. Poland's gas reserves are filled to 100%. Germany's only some 65%. Is it fair to ask Poland to cut as much gas as Germany?
Yeah, in fact, when it comes to energy policy, it's not a question of one single decision, but of long-term policy. And this is the Polish case. We managed to prepare our storage and we managed to prepare our infrastructure to be fully independent from Russia, but also to have gas and energy security. Today, this is very important for us not to force any single country for any reductions which they don't accept. We can't support any decision which is imposed on countries. I believe that when it comes to energy security, this is mainly individual national governments' responsibility, and this is the attitude, the approach we support. I believe that many countries have voluntary activities to reduce. And if they want to implement them, we absolutely accept it, because it's individual decision of a country. And when we mean solidarity, we also mean freedom. We can speak about solidarity and force countries at the same time to some solutions. Solidarity is the must. We absolutely believe and we implement it in those days as Poland, but we can't force anybody to implement unacceptable for energy security solutions.
Yeah, Minister, you wanted a gas embargo. You wanted the EU to have a full gas embargo. That would be forcing countries. So how does that stack up?
It's another part of the discussion, because when you speak about embargo, in fact you speak about security. When you speak about reductions, you speak about inequalities between countries, for example, in industry. You need to ask industry in your country to reduce because industry in other countries needs gas. It's nothing about solidarity.
But would your preferred position still be to have a full embargo on Russian gas across the European Union?
Exactly. Yeah, it was the case when it comes to fuel, but it's worth mentioning that at the same time we found a compromise. We found a number of derogations, and I believe that in every case we can find a compromise.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Hej, hvem er jeg skal kigge på? Ja.
Ministerkolleger her, hvor I blandt andet skal diskutere det her forslag fra kommissionen, der kom i sidste uge om en reduktion på 15% af hvert enkelt lands gasforbrug. Hvad er dine forventninger til det her møde først og fremmest?
Jamen, det er et vigtigt møde, fordi det her jo handler om at stå sammen imod Putin. Og så handler det om at vise solidaritet med hinanden, fordi vi kan komme i den situation, hvor vi får deciderede problemer med forsyningssikkerheden i Europa. Og eftersom vi jo ikke ønsker, at der er nogen europæere, der skal fryse, og eftersom vi jo ikke ønsker heller, at den europæiske industri skal få store problemer med at kunne producere, så er det altså helt essentielt, at vi får arbejdet sammen om en plan, der sikrer, at det ikke sker. Og det forventer jeg også, at vi kan blive enige om i dag.
Skeptiske over for det her forslag, fordi der er jo mange af dem, der faktisk ikke er afhængige af den russiske gas. Blandt andet Spanien og Portugal har sagt, at de synes, det her er en rigtig dårlig idé. Er der ikke noget om det? Altså, hvad siger du til den kritik?
Det, som jeg i hvert fald har tænkt mig at fremføre som et hovedargument, når vi sidder ved bordet derinde, det er, at vi er i en meget, meget alvorlig situation, som altså også handler om, at vi skal vise, at vi står skulder ved skulder over for Putin. Og det betyder også, at der er nogen, der må vise solidaritet med hinanden. Og det betyder, at også de lande, som måske ikke føler, at det angår dem direkte, meget gerne skulle være med i en fælles løsning. Indtil videre er vi jo faktisk i Europa der, hvor vi har haft succes med at stå sammen, og hvor vi har talt med én stemme, og hvor der ikke har været held til fra Putins side at slå spid imellem os, og det skulle meget gerne fortsætte.
Men når der nu er så meget uenighed mellem lande, er der så ikke også en stor risiko for, at den her politiske aftale, som vi skal nå i dag, at den bliver udvandet?
Jeg er faktisk ret stor optimist. Jeg synes ikke, der er noget at sige til, at der bliver fremført argumenter forud for sådan en forhandling, også med en vis vægt, al den stund, at landets energipolitik naturligvis er noget, som også landets befolkninger går utrolig meget op i. Det er noget, der er meget stor økonomi i, og det er noget, der har meget stor betydning for de forskellige landes respektive industrier. Så Det er ikke underligt, at det her det er noget, der bliver diskuteret også grundigt, men når det så er sagt, så forventer jeg bestemt, at vi finder frem til en løsning, fordi det her er jo en del af hele den magtkamp, der er lige nu mellem Putin og Europa, og der har vi jo altså indtil videre formået at stå sammen, og det vil overraske mig meget, hvis ikke også vi gør i eftermiddag, når de her forhandlinger er overstået.
Selv solidaritet. Der har også været en del kritik af Tyskland for på en eller anden måde at have haft en finger med i spillet. Det her forslag er i hvert fald, at det gavner de tyske interesser mere, end det gavner så mange andre landes interesser. Hvad mener du om den kritik, som jo også blandt andet er kommet fra nogle af de sydeuropæiske lande?
Det her forslag er altså i alle europæiske landes interesse. Der er, så vidt som jeg kan se, ikke nogen europæiske lande, der ikke bør bakke op om, at vi står sammen imod Putin i den her situation. Læg dertil, hvis man lige ser bort fra det, der handler om sikkerhedspolitik og presset til Rusland, så er det her også et spørgsmål om Europas økonomi. Og hvis Tyskland pludselig står i en situation, hvor de må lukke markant ned for store dele af deres industri, så risikerer vi altså at stå i en europæisk recession. Land som Danmark, vi har nemt ved at forestille os, hvor seriøst det kan være, fordi vores arbejdsmarked og hele vores økonomi hænger så tæt sammen med den tyske. Men det er der jo mange andre lande i Europa, som på tilsvarende vis vil mærke, hvis det skulle ske. Det håber vi bestemt ikke. Så det her handler altså også om, at vi skal sikre en økonomisk fremtid for Europa i månederne, der kommer, som er så stabil som muligt.
Er jo også, at i særtilfælde, altså i nødsituation, hvor Rusland lukker for gashanen, at kommissionen så vil få beføjelse, vil få magt til at indføre obligatoriske gasreduktioner i Europa. Hvad tænker du om netop det her delforslag, altså som jo er en del af pakken stadigvæk, og som vi skal diskutere i dag? Er det en god idé, eller bør det ikke heller være en beslutning, der er op til medlemslandene?
Første omgang er det, der lægges op til, at det er frivillige foranstaltninger. Men jeg mener, det er helt nødvendigt, at i den situation, hvor der er forsyningssikkerhedsproblemer, hvor der er lukket helt for gassen, at der er det altså noget, der er obligatorisk. Og til det bliver man jo altså så også nødt til at lægge visse muligheder for at sanktionere, hvis der så er lande, der ikke lever op til det, de skal. Så jeg må sige, fra dansk side er vi meget tilfredse med det forslag, der ligger. Det er noget, vi selv har presset på for at få fremført. Og det er nødvendigt i forhold til at være solidariske med de lande, som kommer i største problemer, men selvfølgelig også hensyn til Europas økonomi generelt, og i særdeleshed, fordi vi ønsker fra den side, at vi i Europa skal stå sammen skulder ved skulder mod Putin.
Hvis vi så kigger på Danmark og vores forberedelse til den her vinter, og vores opmagasinering, altså vores gaslager, er du så overbevist om, at vi kan komme igennem den her vinter med de lager, vi har, eller skal der gøres mere fra dansk side for at komme i mål?
Vi er fra dansk side ganske godt forberedt, og vi har siden februar måned arbejdet meget intenst på, at vi, hvis situationen skulle opstå, at der kommer gasmangel, også vil kunne håndtere den. De danske lager er i gang med at blive fyldt, og hvis der skulle ske det, der bliver lukket for gassen, så vil vi i Danmark have mulighed for at opretholde leveringen af gassen til de danske kunder i formentlig omkring 5 måneder. Men det er også vigtigt at understrege, at vi jo er en del af det europæiske gasmarked. Det vil sige, at vi er også i allerhøjeste grad påvirket af, hvad der foregår i resten af Europa. Og så er vi altså et land, der er solidarisk med de andre lande i EU. Vi er et land, som går meget op i, at vi i Europa står i fælles front mod Putin. Og derfor handler det her ikke kun om Danmarks interesser, det handler selvfølgelig også om Danmarks interesser. Men det handler altså først og fremmest primært om, at vi står sammen i Europa.
Og i den forbindelse er der så noget, som du vil sige, at den danske industri og måske også de danske forbrugere kan gøre for ligesom at afhjælpe situationen og sørge for, at vi kommer godt og varmt igennem vinteren?
Ja, det er klart. Det, som vi har argumenteret for siden februar måned, har jo været at sige, jamen, jo mere vi kan skære i vores gasforbrug nu, jo bedre er det for alle virksomheders og forbrugers økonomi, fordi gassen er så dyr, som den er. Men desto bedre står vi selvfølgelig også rustet i en krisesituation, og endelig desto mere mulighed har vi selvfølgelig for at hjælpe andre lande, som måske ikke har haft de samme muligheder som os. I Danmark er det klart, at det også er en alvorlig situation og kan potentielt blive en ganske alvorlig situation, men vi er altså faktisk bedre rustet end så mange andre lande, fordi vi med rettidig omhu har sat gang i den her planlægning, så snart vi overhovedet kunne, men også fordi vi har mere grøn energi end så mange andre lande, og fordi vi har en del biogasproduktion i Danmark. Så vi er velforberedte. Det betyder ikke, at det ikke også kan blive alvorligt i Danmark. Det kan det, men vi har gjort, hvad vi kunne for at sikre, at der ikke er nogen danskere, der skal fryse, og der ikke er nogen danske virksomheder, som skal lide en unødig overlast, selv i en situation, hvor der kommer forsyningsproblemer. Ja, tak.
Posso? Com certeza. Com certeza. Independentemente da declaração, pois nós no final podemos falar um pouco melhor.
Mas podemos fazer
Eu sei fazer uma declaração. Até passo, sim, eu só estava a pensar em fazer uma declaração e depois, se quiserem, no final posso responder a todas as questões que colocam. Até porque nesta fase. Bom dia. A última proposta do regulamento apresentada pela Comissão já responde a algumas das questões levantadas por Portugal e por outros países. Queria dar nota que nunca esteve em causa a solidariedade de Portugal. Portugal sempre foi e quer ser solidário com os restantes países europeus. Colocavam-se questões que para nós eram muito importantes. Em primeiro lugar, Portugal e a Península Ibérica têm fracas interligações com o resto da Europa. Isso significa que a disponibilidade de gás para outros países não é imediata e, portanto, exige que seja exportada. Portugal sinalizou que através do Porto de Sines e através da exportação de gás nós podemos aumentar a solidariedade com os outros países europeus e colocar o gás onde o gás é necessário. E a segunda questão que nós colocamos também como muitíssimo importante é que nós não podemos, para procurar resolver um problema, uma crise de gás, criar um problema e uma crise no sistema elétrico. Por condições de natureza climatérica, nós temos uma redução da produção de energia hídrica no nosso país e o gás, neste momento, é necessário para garantir, inclusivamente, a segurança no setor elétrico. E, portanto, estes foram dois dos pontos que nós levantámos, dois de vários pontos que nós levantámos, que viram ser respostas agora nesta nova proposta do regulamento. Vamos ter que esperar pelo final da reunião para perceber se esta corresponde à última proposta que nós vamos discutir. E esta era algumas das mensagens mais importantes que eu queria transmitir nesta fase. Falaremos no final. Esta é a última proposta que nós conhecemos, como volto a referir, ela responde a algumas das questões centrais que nós fomos identificando neste debate. É importante reafirmar que a solidariedade de Portugal sempre esteve e sempre estará presente e que existem condições que importam ser respondidas neste tipo de propostas e de regulamentos. Esta última proposta já responde a algumas das questões que nós temos vindo a levantar. Vamos esperar para ver se é a última proposta e se responde ao regulamento final.
Mas a exceção para Portugal, aliás, há várias exceções. Estas exceções permitem que Portugal não corte absolutamente nada no consumo de gás, ou haverá sempre um pequeno corte que Portugal terá que aceitar?
Todos os países contribuirão na medida das suas possibilidades e das suas limitações. E foi muito importante que ficassem expressas algumas dessas limitações. Não se trata de, volto a referir, de ser solidário, trata-se de questões, inclusivamente, da disponibilidade do nosso gás, dos cortes ou daquilo que é o gás que nós temos ficar disponível para outros países. Essas questões ficaram respondidas neste regulamento. Vamos esperar até o final da reunião para perceber se esta é a última versão. Volto a referir, as questões que nós estamos colocando são questões muito relevantes. Quer a questão das fracas interligações, nós mostramos sempre a nossa disponibilidade para exportar gás através de transshipment do Porto de Sines para outros países. Em segundo lugar, é muito importante garantir a segurança do sistema elétrico dos vários países e não podemos pôr isso em causa por causa das respostas que nós, num determinado momento, queremos dar ao problema do gás. Muito obrigado a todos.
Obrigada.
Vou ter que sair. Obrigado.
Obrigada.
Falaremos melhor no final da reunião. Muito obrigado.
Good morning, everybody. Okay. Today, the Energy Ministers' Council will send a strong message of unity and solidarity against Russian blackmail. We are certain that we will conclude on a regulation that will better accommodate the needs and the specificities of all member states, that will help us to reduce gas consumption and thus reduce energy dependence on Russian gas. We will also analyze the proposal of the Greek Prime Minister, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, for a new demand reduction mechanism that will give the necessary incentives to energy-intensive industries to reduce their consumption in gas. We will also present the Greek proposal for a new pan-European electricity model that better calculates the real cost of electricity by decoupling the gas prices from the electricity prices, and thus ensures affordable prices for the European households and small and medium enterprises. Thank you.
How do you explain to your citizens that they will have to save gas for the Germans, for example, now?
Europe should always stay together. We have done many things in Greece in order to reduce gas consumption this year versus the previous year. So I think that this target can be achievable. Of course, we have some things like the gas that we need in order to generate electricity in extraordinary circumstances that we could be in danger, for example, from a blackout. So if we manage to put all the specificities of the different member states together, I think that we can agree on a regulation that really will serve the purpose. And the main purpose is to reduce gas consumption in a way, of course, that it does not endanger the social cohesion and the production base of Europe, and on the other hand, reduce the energy dependence on the Russian gas, and thus go against this Russian blackmail.
Is it enough? Is the proposal from today enough to get over winter?
I think that we are near to a very good text and document.
It looks a bit like Europe has to come in solidarity to save Germany and its dependency on Russian gas. Is that right?
It's not only a matter for Germany, it's a matter for Europe as a whole.
Guten Morgen. Erlauben Sie mir kurz anzufangen. Mal wieder ein wichtiger Energieministerrat in einer Zeit, wo die Energiepolitik immer deutlicher sicherheitsrelevant wird, Sicherheitspolitik ist. Europa ist ein kompliziertes Gebilde, aber aus dieser komplexen Situation heraus gelingt es immer wieder, und ich würde sagen, mit Rückblick auf das letzte halbe Jahr, erstaunlich stark und erstaunlich geschlossen aus einem Geist der Gemeinsamkeit heraus zu handeln. So wird es auch, denke ich, heute kommen. Wir werden jetzt in die letzten Abstimmungsrunden gehen über das finale Papier. Aber am Ende erwarte ich ein starkes, ein geschlossenes Signal, dass Europa sich erstens gegenseitig unterstützt, die Länder in Europa, dass die Märkte offen bleiben, dass wir die Infrastrukturen gemeinsam ausbauen und gemeinsame Anstrengungen unternehmen, die in diesem Fall Gasverbräuche runterzubringen. Und diesen Geist, diese Geschlossenheit und diese Entschlossenheit, die werden wir in diesen nächsten Wochen und Monaten dringend brauchen, dass wir das heute so gegen alle Unkenrufe wahrscheinlich hinbekommen werden, ist ein sehr ermutigendes Zeichen.
Herr Minister, wie viel Gas...
Ich gehe von links nach rechts, okay, und dann kommt ein dran.
Herr Minister, wie viel Gas wird Deutschland zusätzlich einsparen müssen nach dieser Verordnung, wenn man die Referenzperiode zugrunde liegt? 15% ist das Ziel. Wo liegen wir nach dieser Referenzperiode heute?
Die 15% beziehen sich auf den Durchschnitt der letzten Jahre und sind jetzt mit verschiedenen Ausnahmen, beispielsweise alle Gasverbräuche für die Lebensmittelproduktion werden rausgerechnet, versehen. Also man muss jetzt noch mal ganz genau nachrechnen. Wir haben im letzten Also wir haben Daten vorliegen, die in Bezug auf das letzte Jahr, nicht den Durchschnitt der letzten 5 Jahre, sagen, dass wir ungefähr bei 14-15% schon sind, nicht temperaturbereinigt. Ich nehme an, dass sich das jetzt noch über die Heizperiode anders etwas darstellt. Aber wir haben schon enorme Anstrengungen und enorme Erfolge erzielt und werden weitere realisieren können. Und wenn Deutschland mehr macht als 15%, dann ist es ja auch keine Schande.
Wann müsste der Plan aufgebaut werden und wollte vielleicht eine Einigkeit zu erzielen?
Es gibt ein paar Kompromisse, die in der Sache sinnvoll sind, also dass Länder, Inselstaaten, Zypern oder Irland, die nicht angebunden sind an das europäische Gassystem, für die Versorgungssicherheit nur einen sehr indirekten Beitrag leisten können. Das macht Sinn, sie dann rauszurechnen und dass man bestimmte Gasverbräuche, die für die kritische Infrastruktur, beispielsweise für die Lebensmittelproduktion, notwendig sind, nicht als allgemeine Sparmasse deklariert, macht auch Sinn. Also insgesamt ist es ein vernünftiger, guter, weiterer Schritt. Aber sicherlich ein weiterer Schritt. Also wir lernen ja gerade noch mal, wie wir energiepolitisch wirklich zusammenarbeiten, zusammenstehen müssen in Europa. Und das wird sicherlich nicht das letzte Paket im Gasbereich sein, aber eben ein sehr wichtiges.
Es gab so viele Ausnahmen. Es gibt jetzt mittlerweile so viele Ausnahmen, dass der ganze Vorschlag so aufgeweicht ist. Macht das eigentlich noch Sinn?
Also man muss ja ein bisschen aufpassen, dass es nicht zu bürokratisch wird. Das ist die Ausnahmen für sich genommen haben jeweils eine Begründung, die man teilen kann. Also Lebensmittelproduktion, Gasverbräuche für Lebensmittelproduktion, dass man die rausrechnet, verstehe ich, damit man keine Lebensmittelkrise, Hungerkrise auslöst, dass man die Interkonnektoren als Faktor berücksichtigt. Also ein Land importiert Gas, exportiert es aber auch gleich wieder, verbraucht es also gar nicht selbst, dass man das berücksichtigt, macht auch Sinn. Die Sorge, die man haben kann, ist, dass es so viele Ausnahmen gibt, dass man so lange rumrechnet, bis dann die Krise irgendwie vorbei ist. Das wäre natürlich fürchterlich. Also das System darf nicht zu schwerfällig werden. Da gibt es eine gewisse Anfälligkeit, aber die darf nicht darüber hinwegtäuschen, dass das, was hier gelungen ist, bei der unterschiedlichen Herangehensweise der verschiedenen Länder tatsächlich ein großer nächster Schritt ist. Yes, I can. Of course, there are a lot of compromises in this text now. This is the way how Europe operates. The problem might occur that all the exemptions are causing too much of a bureaucracy, so that we are too slow in times of crisis. This is a danger, but the exemptions in itself, they are reasonable. They can be explained. So, to draw a line, I think it's an important, very important next step. It shows that Europe stays united, that Europe is able to find unity and giving a strong signal also in the day where the flows of gas in Nord Stream 1 are reduced to another 20%. To Putin and to Russia, you won't split us. So this is the important signal of the day.
Die polnische Ministerin war gerade vorher hier und hat gesagt, unsere Speicher sind 100%. Aber Deutschland ist noch weit weg von dem gesetzten Ziel. Warum sollten wir dann sparen für Deutschland?
Also erst einmal sind auch die deutschen Speicher, wir haben 23 Speicher, 18 von denen sind um die 80% gefüllt. Das ist also sehr gut. Die Menge der Speicher in Deutschland ist auch voll. Wir haben zugegebenermaßen Probleme bei einigen, auch größeren Speichern, weil sie sehr lange Gazprom gehörten. Und wir mussten erst Gazprom rauseisen und die Logik, dass Gas eingespeichert wird und sofort wieder ausgespeichert wird, brechen. Seitdem aber werden sie mit großer Geschwindigkeit gefüllt, da es Porenspeicher sind, im Grunde mit der maximalen Kapazität, die verlangsamte Aufnahme in den Porenspeichern ermöglicht. Wir holen also enorm auf. Zu einem Denken, das sagt, jedes Land kümmert sich um sich, warum sollten wir uns um die anderen kümmern? Das ist das Signal, das mit diesem Papier heute verhindert wird. Wir müssen gemeinsam zusammenstehen. Deutschland ist darauf angewiesen, dass Gas aus Norwegen, aus den Niederlanden, aus den LNG-Terminals von Belgien kommt. Wir leiten es aber auch weiter. Österreich, die Tschechische Republik, ja auch die Ukraine wird durch Deutschland mit versorgt. Wir begreifen uns voll als Teil der europäischen Solidarität und werden das Gas auch weitergeben. Und umgekehrt muss man sagen, dass wenn eine Wirtschaftskrise Polen, Deutschland oder Frankreich trifft, werden die anderen europäischen Staaten davon ja nicht unberührt bleiben. Also zu sagen, wir kümmern uns um unsere kleine nationale Wirtschaft, Hauptsache die geht geschützt dadurch, der Rest interessiert uns nicht, entspricht ja überhaupt nicht der Verflochtenheit von Europa. Also was wir brauchen ist mehr Europa, mehr europäische Absprachen, mehr europäische Gemeinsamkeit und dieses Signal senden wir heute mit diesem Papier. Letzte Frage.
Correspond à la réalité. C'est un texte qui incite à accélérer le stockage stratégique. Et je veux dire ici que la France est aujourd'hui à 73% de remplissage de ses stocks stratégiques, là où son objectif au 1er août est de 50%.
Das ist halb richtig und halb falsch. Natürlich ist richtig, dass Deutschland in der Vergangenheit mit der großen Abhängigkeit von russischem Gas und dem Vertrauen, dass es immer stetig und billig fließt, einen strategischen Fehler gemacht hat. Das ist zugegeben, eingeräumt von der neuen Bundesregierung, korrigiert. Seitdem ich Minister bin, arbeiten wir unter Hochdruck daran, in Wochen zu verändern, was in Jahren davor falsch gelaufen ist. Und wir sollten nicht wieder von einem Land eine so große Abhängigkeit haben, nicht von Russland, aber auch in Zukunft von keinem anderen Land. Uns breiter aufzustellen ist das eine. Zweitens, dazu gehört auch, wegzukommen von den fossilen Energien insgesamt. Einmal will ich dem Eindruck widersprechen, dass im Moment sich alles nur darum geht, wieder fossile Kapazitäten aufzubauen, Kohle reinzunehmen, Gas reinzunehmen. Das scheint so zu sein, aber es verstellt völlig den Blick auf das, was jedenfalls in Deutschland passiert, dass wir das größte Paket zum Ausbau der erneuerbaren Energien gerade im Bundestag beschlossen haben und im Bundesrat beschlossen haben, dass wir einen enormen Hochlauf bei Energieeffizienz haben, dass wir einen enormen Hochlauf auch bei grünem Wasserstoff haben. Also die Transformation geht sehr schnell voran und wir werden das fossile Zeitalter schneller hinter uns lassen, als wir das bisher lange geglaubt haben. So, der Teil der Wahrheit ist natürlich, dass mit der Abhängigkeit von Deutschland auch als Transitland eine Reihe von mitteleuropäischen Staaten natürlich in einer besonderen Situation sind. Und die entspricht nicht Irland. Klar, Irland hat wahrscheinlich gar kein russisches Gas oder wenn nur sehr minimal über LNG und Spanien und Portugal wahrscheinlich auch nicht und wenn, können sie es leicht ersetzen. Insofern, ja, das stimmt, aber es ist nicht nur ein deutsches Problem, sondern es ist ein mittelosteuropäisches Problem. Man hat sich zu lange, zu blind auf das günstige, billige, ewig fließende russische Gas verlassen und das müssen wir jetzt gemeinsam lösen, weil Deutschland auch im Geist der Gemeinsamkeit handelt. Wir werden, wenn wir die Gassicherheit gewährleisten, sie nie nur für Deutschland gewährleisten, sondern immer auch für die Nachbarstaaten bis hin zur Ukraine. Vielen Dank, jetzt gehen wir arbeiten. Thank you.
Guten Morgen. Schönen guten Morgen. Herzlichen Dank für Ihr Interesse. Wir haben heute ohne Zweifel einen Tag sehr intensiver Diskussionen hier vor uns in Brüssel. Wir werden den Vorschlag der Kommission für eine starke gemeinsame Antwort auf die aktuelle Krise der Gasversorgung in Europa diskutieren. Sie wissen auch, es hat schon viel an Diskussionen gegeben die letzten 2 Tage. Es gibt eine deutliche Annäherung, aber heute geht es um eine politische Einigung und ob wir die schaffen. Ich bin überzeugt, wir müssen die heute schaffen. Es braucht dieses starke Signal, weil wir diskutieren diese Maßnahme heute ja nicht ohne Kontext, sondern der Kontext ist, dass Wladimir Putin erst gestern wieder bewiesen hat, er ist bereit, Gas in diesem Krieg als Waffe einzusetzen, mit der Ankündigung, über Nord Stream 1 wieder weniger Gas nach Europa zu liefern. Unter vorgeschobenen technischen Argumenten. Und ich glaube, wir dürfen hier keine Illusionen haben. Das hat ein Ziel, die Preise zu treiben. Das hat ein Ziel, Europa zu verunsichern, Europa zu spalten. Und genau dieses gefährliche Spiel Wladimir Putins dürfen wir nicht mitspielen. Das muss das Signal sein, das von diesem Gipfel heute ausgeht. Deswegen ist es enorm wichtig, dass wir heute eine Einigung zustande bekommen auf diesem Gipfel. Der Vorschlag der Kommission hat Stärken. Das ist gut, wenn der Vorschlag am Tisch liegt. Es ist richtig, wenn der Vorschlag am Tisch liegt, dass wir solidarisch Gas sparen. Warum ist das wichtig? Je geringer der Verbrauch, je mehr wir einsparen, desto leichter fällt es uns, einen Lieferausfall Russlands zu ersetzen. Da geht der Kommissionsvorschlag in die richtige Richtung. Das ist für Österreich essentiell als Land, das von russischen Gaslieferungen sehr abhängig ist. Wir müssen ohnehin sparen. Wenn Russland die Gaslieferungen einstellt, wird uns auch nichts anderes übrig bleiben. Aber wenn das alle gemeinsam tun, fällt es auch für Österreich leichter, fällt es für Europa insgesamt leichter, die Abhängigkeit zu reduzieren. Und das wiederum kommt allen zugute. Deswegen ist es mir ein großes Anliegen, dass dieser Vorschlag nicht mehr weiter verwässert wird, sondern dass wir hier ein starkes Signal auch der gemeinsamen Sparanstrengung senden. Das ist eine Stärke des Vorschlags. Er hat auch eine Schwäche, und zwar eine deutliche. Der gemeinsame Einkauf ist mindestens eine so zentrale Säule wie das Sparen. Und hier muss die Kommission auch deutlich an Tempo zulegen und liefern, dass wir auch beim gemeinsamen Gaseinkauf weiterkommen. Die Lage ist ernst, die Lage bleibt ernst. Das wird diese Gespräche heute begleiten. Diese Ernsthaftigkeit wünsche ich mir heute auch von den Gesprächen und als Signal, das von diesem Gipfel heute ausgeht.
Das nun der Kommission. Es gibt ja auch viele Mitgliedstaaten, die gegen diesen gemeinsamen Gaseinkauf sind. Auch Deutschland ist hier nicht sonderlich begeistert.
Ich hatte gerade bevor ich hierher gekommen bin, ein Treffen, unter anderem auch mit Deutschland. Auch Deutschland unterstützt selbstverständlich diese gemeinsame Plattform zum gemeinsamen Einkauf. Es ist gescheit, es ist wichtig, dass wir uns in Europa nicht konkurrenzieren, sondern auch beim Einkauf gemeinsam dafür sorgen, dass wir uns nicht überbieten, dass wir die Preise nicht in die Höhe treiben, sondern dass wir hier gemeinsam stärker sind und gemeinsam besser vorankommen.
Sie haben jetzt gesagt, das 15%-Ziel hat viele Stärken, aber auch viele Schwächen. Es gibt ja sehr, sehr viele Ausnahmeregelungen. Sind diese 15% EU-weit überhaupt noch erreichbar?
Das denke ich schon. Die Ausnahmen, da geht es wirklich darum, heute sicherzustellen, dass diese nicht weiter verwässert werden, weil die 15% Einsparung, auch die ist ja nicht eine Zahl, die man sich ohne Basis aus den Fingern gesaugt hat, sondern eine fundierte Aussage darüber, wie viele Einsparungen braucht man, damit es uns leichter fällt, auch das gemeinsame Ziel, die Abhängigkeit von russischem Gas zu verringern und perspektivisch zu beenden, auch gemeinsam zu erreichen. In Österreich, wenn man sich anschaut, wir haben bereits hochgerechnet aufs Jahr 22 im Vergleich zum letzten Jahr 10% des Gasverbrauchs eingespart. Das ist ein Ergebnis der hohen Preise, ja, mit den Nebenwirkungen, die das hat und mit dem, was wir auch als Regierung tun, um das möglichst auch abzufedern. Aber es zeigt vor allem, Sparen ist möglich, wir können das erreichen, das ist ein Kraftakt, da wird es alle brauchen, aber es geht.
Wenn wir schon 10% eingespart haben, die Bemessungsgrundlage ist ja ein 5-Jahres-Schnitt, heißt das, dass wir de facto beim aktuellen Gasverbrauch nur 5% einsparen müssen?
Das ist die Zahl im Vergleich zum letzten Jahr, also im Vergleich 2021 auf 2022 ist der Gasverbrauch in Österreich, wenn man aufs Jahr hochrechnet, um 10% zurückgegangen. Das heißt, insgesamt ist das noch eine Anstrengung, dieses Ziel zu erreichen, ist für alle EU-Länder eine Anstrengung, dieses Ziel zu erreichen. Da wird es Beiträge der Industrie brauchen. Wir haben deswegen auch eine Verordnung in Begutachtung, die der Industrie anordnet, überall dort, wo es technisch und wirtschaftlich möglich ist, auf andere Energieträger außer Gas auszuweichen, also aufzurüsten, technisch aufzurüsten. Da wird es die Haushalte brauchen mit Beiträgen. Da wird es eine Vorbildwirkung der öffentlichen Hand brauchen, auch beim Thema Energiesparen. Also wenn es in meinem Ministerium im Winter 19 Grad hat, ist das vielleicht nicht bequem, aber das wird der Beitragsende noch wir leisten, klar.
Österreich hat ja große Speicher, die ja teilweise nicht genutzt werden. Das liegt vor allem an einem großen Konzern, nämlich Gazprom. Ist dieser Konzern bereits enteignet worden? Können auch andere Energielieferanten diese Speicher benutzen?
Wir haben in Österreich mit dem Speicher Haidach einen der modernsten Speicher in Europa und es ist in einer Situation wie dieser nicht denkbar, dass der auf Dauer und systematisch nicht genutzt wird. Deswegen haben wir schon vor dem Sommer eine Regelung beschlossen im österreichischen Parlament, um den Speicher nutzbar zu machen, sollte er eben von Gazprom in dem Fall nicht mehr genutzt werden. Diese Regelung ist in Kraft. Das rechtsstaatliche Verfahren, das auf Basis dieses Gesetzes durchgeführt wurde, wird jetzt gerade durchgeführt und ich gehe davon aus, dass das sehr, sehr zeitnah abgeschlossen werden sein wird und damit auch dort eingespeichert werden kann.
Wenn das abgeschlossen ist, dann wird bereits am Tag darauf Gazprom die Rechte zum Einspeichern entzogen werden? Oder wie lange dauert dann dieser Prozess, bis es wirklich soweit ist, dass zum Beispiel die OMV den Gazprom-Speicher nutzen kann?
Das Gesetz ist in Kraft, das rechtsstaatliche Verfahren läuft. Sobald das abgeschlossen ist, kann auch eingespeichert werden.
Frau Ministerin, Sie haben die Gasspeicher in Haidach angesprochen. Sie haben ja auch angekündigt, alle Gaskraftwerke in Österreich sollen ans heimische Netz angeschlossen werden. Jetzt in Bezug auf Haidach ist ein wichtiger Speicher für Deutschland. Glauben Sie, wenn wir jetzt da anzapfen, dass es vielleicht von Seiten Deutschlands Gegenmaßnahmen gibt, dass man vielleicht kein Gas mehr nach Österreich fließen lässt?
Robert Habeck war vor wenigen Tagen zu Besuch in Wien und wir haben eines deutlich und wieder bekräftigt. Deutschland und Österreich sind solidarisch in dieser Krise. Wir arbeiten zusammen und wir sind auch gut abgestimmt mit Deutschland. Der Speicher Haidach ist ein Kuriosum seit vielen Jahren, ein großer Speicher auf österreichischem Boden, der nicht ans österreichische Gasnetz angeschlossen ist. Also das war schon überfällig, den anzuschließen. Genau diese Regelung haben wir vor dem Sommer auch getroffen. Das wird jetzt umgesetzt. Das war mit Deutschland abgestimmt, überrascht niemanden. Wir werden diese Krise solidarisch meistern. Es werden in Haidach weiter deutsche und österreichische Unternehmen einspeichern und wir sind in guter Abstimmung.
Sie rechnen da auch, wie gesagt, also mit keinen Gegenmaßnahmen, falls wir auch Gas aus Deutschland benutzen über Haidach.
Robert Habeck und ich haben in einer gemeinsamen Erklärung letzte Woche noch einmal dargelegt, wir werden diese Krise nur solidarisch meistern in Europa. Wir sind beim Thema Gas aufeinander angewiesen. Das betrifft die Durchleitungsrechte, wie Österreich ist angewiesen darauf, dass andere Länder Gas durchleiten. Das betrifft das österreichische Asset. Wir haben große Speicher. Andere EU-Mitgliedsländer haben gar keine Speicher. Slowenien zum Beispiel. Wir müssen gemeinsam die Krise meistern. Wir müssen das auch solidarisch angehen. Dann werden wir auch gut durch diese Krise navigieren. Das ist und bleibt eine angespannte und kritische Situation, aber Deutschland und Österreich arbeiten gut zusammen und werden hier auch solidarisch sein.
Letzte Frage. Sie haben gesagt, Putin ist kein zuverlässiger Partner mehr. Gleichzeitig jetzt dieser Notfallplan hat auch seine Kompromisse. Was macht Sie dann trotzdem optimistisch, dass wir im Herbst genug Gas zur Verfügung haben?
Es ist und bleibt die Gasversorgung in Europa in einer angespannten und kritischen Situation. Wir dürfen aber bei all dem nicht vergessen, die Diskussion, die wir heute führen wir vor dem Hintergrund, dass Wladimir Putin erst mit der gestrigen Ankündigung wieder bewiesen hat, er ist bereit, Energielieferungen als Waffe in dieser Auseinandersetzung einzusetzen. Deswegen ist es so wichtig, dass wir heute eine Einigung erreichen. Deswegen ist es so wichtig, dass von diesem Gipfel ein Signal der Geschlossenheit, der Stärke und des gemeinsamen Navigierens durch diese Krise auch ausgeht. Deswegen, wie gesagt, wichtig, dass wir den Text, wie er jetzt vorbereitet ist, nicht weiter verwässern. Ich werde dafür arbeiten, dass wir heute zu einer Einigung kommen.
Aber was sagen Sie dann zu der Kritik aus den südeuropäischen Ländern wie Spanien beispielsweise, die sagen, wir machen das hauptsächlich eben beispielsweise für Deutschland. Wie sehen Sie das?
Wir sind in dieser Krise aufeinander angewiesen. Das betrifft die Gasversorgung. Der Gasmarkt ist ein europäischer, das Leitungsnetz ist ein europäisches. Wir haben eine gemeinsame europäische Herausforderung. Das betrifft aber auch die Frage, nicht nur, wir tragen geschlossen die Sanktionen, wir tragen auch, und das ist auch der Auftrag für heute, geschlossen die Auswirkungen unserer konsequenten Reaktion auf den russischen Angriffskrieg. Und diese Reaktion muss es geben und diese Reaktion gibt's. Und wenn es Auswirkungen hat, dann werden auch die nicht regional begrenzt sein. Auch das bleibt eine europäische und eine gesamteuropäische Herausforderung. Daher gilt von diesem Gipfel heute enorm wichtig ein Signal der Einheit und dafür werde ich jetzt arbeiten. Herzlichen Dank.
Herzlichen Dank.
Die vorbei ist. Das wäre natürlich fürchterlich. Also das System darf nicht zu schwerfällig werden. Da gibt es eine gewisse Anfälligkeit, aber die darf nicht wegtäuschen, dass das, was hier gelungen ist, weil der unterschiedlichen Herangehensweise der verschiedenen Länder tatsächlich ein großer Schritt ist.
Je peux commencer? C'est bon pour le son? Ouais. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui en Conseil de l'énergie extraordinaire pour déployer un plan d'approvisionnement en gaz et d'anticipation des risques d'approvisionnement en gaz. Alors, ce plan s'inscrit dans tout le travail qui a été mené par le Conseil énergie sous présidence française, puisque sous notre présidence, nous avons pris très vite des mesures pour faire face à la situation de la crise ukrainienne et des difficultés d'approvisionnement en gaz d'origine russe. Vous le savez, nous avons connecté le système ukrainien à notre propre système énergétique électrique. Nous avons également, sous présidence française, avancé sur une coordination des achats de gaz et sur une coordination du remplissage de nos stocks. Et nous avons approuvé un texte sur un niveau minimum de stockage stratégique et nous avançons sur une plateforme d'achat d'achat de gaz qui doit vraiment être mise en œuvre. Je pense notamment à tous les mécanismes qui permettent d'encadrer l'achat de gaz pour les professionnels, notamment sur les couvertures d'appel de marge. Aujourd'hui, nous passons un cap supplémentaire avec un texte qui va nous permettre de créer cette solidarité européenne qui est absolument essentielle. Ce texte, nous le soutiendrons. C'est un objectif de réduction de 15% de notre consommation de gaz. Il est parfaitement cohérent avec le plan de sobriété que le président de la République et la première ministre ont annoncé sur l'ensemble des secteurs du jeu, l'électricité, le gaz et le carburant. Et il sera soutenu par la France. Ce que nous voulons faire, c'est mettre en place le système le plus résilient possible. Le plus résilient, ça veut dire notamment saturer toutes les interconnexions entre pays qui permettent d'assurer que nos chaînes de production sont protégées. Je rappelle que nos chaînes de production industrielles sont complètement interdépendantes et que si la chimie tousse en Allemagne, alors c'est toute l'industrie européenne qui peut s'arrêter. Et c'est ça qui est en jeu. Un message d'Europe unie, un message d'Europe solidaire, un message d'Europe qui anticipe et qui s'organise pour ne plus avoir à dépendre du gaz russe. Tel que le texte est conçu, il est équilibré, c'est-à-dire qu'il prévoit des dérogations pour des pays qui n'ont pas la capacité, lorsqu'ils font des économies de gaz, à tout de suite reverser ce gaz sur le marché européen. Et je pense qu'il correspond à la réalité. C'est un texte qui incite à accélérer nos stockages stratégiques et je veux dire ici que la France est aujourd'hui à 73% de remplissage de ses stocks stratégiques, là où son objectif au 1er août est de 52%, donc nous sommes très en avance. C'est un texte qui tient compte du fait que certaines industries n'utilisent pas le gaz comme énergie mais comme matière première. C'est un nombre restreint d'industries, mais il faut leur permettre de fonctionner, ce d'autant qu'elles sont positionnées sur des secteurs stratégiques. Je pense aux engrais, vous imaginez bien, dans cette période où la question de l'alimentation est clé, nous avons besoin d'engrais. Et c'est un texte qui tient compte aussi des interconnexions, c'est-à-dire que les économies à faire en mode crise doivent être proportionnées aux interconnexions. Il ne sert à rien de déstabiliser certains pays qui n'ont pas la capacité à livrer du gaz à leurs voisins. En revanche, on doit maximiser nos interconnexions et il y a une incitation pour tous ceux qui maximisent leur interconnexion et tous ceux qui ont déjà fait aussi des efforts de réduction de leur consommation de gaz. La Première ministre a lancé un plan de sobriété. Vous savez que j'ai réuni avec Stanislas Guerini l'ensemble des administrations début juillet pour lancer ce plan. Et là, elle le formalise dans une circulaire en direction de toutes les administrations. Il s'agit de gérer notre électricité et notre consommation de gaz de la manière la plus sécure possible, c'est-à-dire baisser les températures de chauffage là où nous ne respectons pas le 19 degrés de chauffage dans les bureaux, faire attention à l'utilisation de la climatisation, faire attention aux déplacements. On peut économiser comme ça beaucoup de kilowatts de gaz, de carburant, d'équivalent gaz, carburant et électricité avec ce plan. Et la Première ministre est très claire sur le fait qu'elle attend que nous montrions aussi l'exemple vis-à-vis de tous les Français. L'État, les administrations, les ministères, c'est des centaines de milliers d'emplois, c'est des millions de mètres carrés qui sont chauffés, qui sont occupés et nous avons une responsabilité dans la réduction de l'empreinte carbone de notre pays, dans la réduction de l'utilisation de l'énergie. C'est bon pour la planète, c'est bon pour notre souveraineté énergétique et c'est aussi une façon de mieux gérer l'argent public. Merci beaucoup.
Today's extraordinary council meeting is very, very important because we will discuss all the issues relating to related to energy supply in EU, as well as measures for the upcoming winter, and of course the EU's proposal for reducing demand for gas, and of course that legislative framework regarding that matter. Croatia supports the Commission's actions, and this week we will introduce voluntary guidelines in order to reduce energy supply in Croatia and in order to enhance energy savings within households, within industry, within other facilities in Republic of Croatia. We are right now we're having bilateral talks with our neighbors in order to reach a statement on joint cooperation regarding energy, and parallel with that we are working with doubling our LNG capacities as well as building other energy infrastructure in order to help our neighboring countries in future. Thank you.
Uiteraard. Oké. Uiteraard. Ja. Mevrouw van der Straten, een belangrijke bijeenkomst vandaag. Gaat het lukken om een akkoord te bereiken?
Ik denk dat het zeker absoluut mogelijk is om een akkoord te bereiken, om een veilige winter tegemoet te gaan. Wij met België zijn klaar om solidair te zijn met onze buurlanden, zoals Duitsland, zoals Frankrijk. Wij exporteren 2 tot 3 keer ons eigen Belgisch gasverbruik.
Wil België dan niet besparen op zijn eigen verbruik? Want dat is de vraag van de Europese Commissie. 15% elk land minder gasverbruik.
We willen uiteraard... wacht, ik ga even anders.
Ja, wil België dan niet besparen omdat we al zoveel exporteren?
Vandaag hebben onze Belgische gezinnen en onze bedrijven al tot 11% bespaard in de eerste helft van het jaar. Wat voor ons belangrijk is dat we kunnen blijven exporteren naar het buitenland. Dus onze gas komt voor 5% uit Rusland, komt hoofdzakelijk uit Noorwegen, uit Engeland en ook via LNG. Dat is gas dat nodig is in Europa, in Duitsland, in Frankrijk, in Nederland. En wij willen daarin niet afgeremd worden.
Wij vragen dus een uitzondering.
Wij willen dat export in rekening wordt gebracht van die verplichting. Het kan niet de bedoeling zijn dat wij LNG dat binnenkomt binnen zeebruggen, dat we dat moeten wegsturen, terwijl we dat ook aan Duitsland kunnen geven.
Is het ook een geval van economische concurrentie? Als LNG wordt weggestuurd, ja, dan kan het naar Duitsland gaan. Duitsland is volop aan het investeren in LNG-terminals.
LNG-terminals in Duitsland zullen er pas over 2 jaar zijn. We hebben vandaag bestaande infrastructuur die vandaag onze buurlanden helpt. Het is net economisch zeer interessant om die importinfrastructuur maximaal te kunnen gebruiken.
Als elk land om zo'n uitzondering vraagt, gaan we dan in totaal als Europa wel aan die doelstelling geraken? 45 miljard kubieke meter gas minder verbruiken? 45 bcm, ja. Ja. Gaan we wel aan die doelstelling geraken? Er zijn Griekenland, Frankrijk, Spanje, België, allemaal vragen een soort uitzondering.
Elk land, ook België, heeft een winterplan gemaakt waar we inzetten op dat verantwoord omspringen met gas, ook met elektriciteit. Die maatregelen worden gewoon uitgerold zoals gepland. Dus ik ben er absoluut van overtuigd dat we die gezamenlijke doelstelling kunnen halen en dat we tegelijkertijd solidair kunnen zijn met elkaar door het gas dat er is, dat er binnenkomt, dat van buiten Rusland komt, over elkaar te kunnen verdelen.
Blijkbaar hebben we ook een erg kleine opslagcapaciteit. Is dat ook een van de redenen waarom België een soort uitzondering vraagt?
Onze opslagcapaciteit dient eigenlijk om ons piekverbruik te gaan balanceren. Onze opslagcapaciteit is eigenlijk heel state-of-the-art, zal ook gevuld zijn. Het is... Wacht, dat is een veel te lange...
Ja, wij hebben maar een beperkte opslagcapaciteit. Dus we kunnen weinig gas stockeren. Is dat ook een reden waarom we ons verbruik niet drastisch kunnen verminderen?
Het speelt uiteraard mee dat wij kleine opslag hebben. Dat is ook de reden waarom dat we als land zo hard hebben ingezet op die rechtstreekse verbinding met Noorwegen, op het uitbouwen van onze zeehaven in Zeebrugge om gas te kunnen aantrekken. Daarom dat we zoveel importcapaciteit hebben en dat we ook 2 tot 3 keer ons verbruik kunnen exporteren.
Ja.
Det finns inget kryss nu, men där. Så flaggarna i bakgrunden.
Great. So we meet here today in Brussels. We are a union, and in time of crisis, in difficult time, we come together to face the challenges together. Today we'll discuss how we continue to decarbonize our economies, how to lessen our dependency of Russian gas and also of fossil dependency. This is the way forward for Europe, and it's an important part of what we're doing in order to increase our security, in order to increase our reliance on our own energy production. This is an important step, and I really look forward on how we can continue to do this together with other countries.
But so many exemptions here, Minister. So many countries asking for this compromise to be watered down. Is it really effective at all anymore?
I think it will be effective, yes, but we have to remind ourselves that we are different countries in Europe. Take Sweden, for example. We have almost none production of electricity via gas. Our total energy consumption, only 2.7% comes from gas. So we are a really small gas country. We have lots of renewable and other energy sources that we're using. But the small 2.7% that we're using, that might go to very important industries. So the way Sweden can lessen its use of gas might differ a lot from other countries. So every country needs to be able to do it in their own way, but nevertheless the end result of lessen the gas dependency and lessen dependency on Russia must remain the same.
But Minister, some countries are doing it by burning more coal or signing deals with countries that maybe might also have some concerns in terms of long-term dependencies. So you said it's about decarbonising moving forward. Is this a step forward if we're burning more coal, if there's new dependencies being built up?
That's a very good point, because when I say decarbonizing, is that I really mean decarbonizing. The way forward won't be in order to stop using this gas and go to other fossil dependencies. The green transition, the decarbonization of Europe must continue without stop. That is the way forward. We need to find ways forward to do that. Going from gas to coal is not going to be a good solution. We need to find better solutions than that.
Do you trust anything that is based on just a voluntary basis for like this program?
I think
everybody will really stick to it.
I honestly believe that most of the good things that we do here in Warsaw are based on voluntary issues, because we all want the same thing. We all want to do good things. And we have to respect that we have different situations in different countries. So I believe that we can do this on voluntary basis, but I know that in the suggestion there is also on non-voluntary parts of it that will be mandatory. So I think that it's going to be a good balance.
Do you think it looks a little bit like everybody is now coming to solidarity to Germany, because Germany took too long to the Russian cheap gas? Is that right? Is it now Europe who is saving Germany's ass?
I wouldn't say that. I think stop using fossil fuel, stop using Russian gas, and stop using oil and lessen our fossil dependency is the way forward for Europe. It's not only saving some countries, it's saving Europe and eventually saving our planet. So I think it's the right way to do, regardless when in time we're doing it and why we're doing it right now. So I think it's really good for three things. It's really good for the climate work and how we can still have a globe that is habitable for human beings. It's really good actually in the long run for our economies because we need to have more better jobs that are created in the green transition industry that is coming. And the third part is our security of supply and security of energy. And those three good things come from this green transition. And I think it's really important to keep on doing that.
Får jag fråga då, vad jag förstår så är Sverige positiv till förslaget i stort att minska med 15%, först frivillig basis men även också då obligatoriskt i ett krisläge, stämmer det?
Ja, vi är positiva till förslaget som helhet. Ja, det finns alltid skavanker runt omkring alla förslag och vi har haft en diskussion om förhandlingsrunda. Men i grunden är vi positiva till förslaget. Det är viktigt att EU tar det här steget och minskar sitt fossila beroende. Jag tror det kommer att vara effektivt, men det som också har varit viktigt för Sverige är att det kan se olika ut i olika länder. Sverige har väldigt liten gasanvändning. 2,7% av vår totala energianvändning kommer från gas. När det kommer till elektricitet är det 0 som kommer från gas. Men av de 2,7% som är försvinnande liten så kan det vara väldigt viktiga industrier. Om man jämför det med till exempel Grekland, Italien, Frankrike eller andra länder som använder gas för uppvärmning av sina hem så har de andra möjligheterna att få hushållen att dra ner på användningen än vad vi har av att få väldigt viktiga industrier att dra ner sin gasanvändning. Därför så kan minskningen se olika ut i olika länder. Men att man tillsammans ska kunna nå en situation där man minskar gasanvändningen, det kommer att vara viktigt.
Kommer Sverige kunna klara det minskningen på 50%?
Vi gör bedömningen att om vi får göra det på rätt sätt och på vårat sätt så kommer det att vara möjligt om det skulle behövas.
Kommer Sverige att spara på annat sätt? Andra energislag?
Alltså 2,7% är gas.
Det är inte så mycket. Sverige bidrar solidariskt på annat sätt.
Sverige har ju en unik möjlighet i Europa. Vi tillsammans med de nordiska och baltiska länderna och även större skogsländer, till exempel Spanien, har ju möjlighet att öka vår biogasproduktion. Biogasanvändningen är ju en uppgraderad biogas är ju på molekylnivå exakt samma sak som den gasen som man importerar från Ryssland. Vilket innebär att här har vi möjlighet till en grön, förnybar och hållbar lösning som inom en 40-årsperiod kan återbindas i träden. Så att här har vi en lösning som vi skulle kunna använda mycket mer av, som vi vill använda mycket mer av. Det är ju väldigt tydliga. Skogsindustrin är en viktig del av den här vägen framåt. Men också annat. Nyligen så presenterade vi också en kampanj för energieffektivisering överhuvudtaget i Sverige. Det tror jag att man behöver i många länder. Och den typen av energieffektivisering det bygger på att man kan minska sin energianvändning utan att det behöver märkas, utan att nödvändigtvis behöva sänka temperaturen eller annat, utan bara göra smartare saker.
Det här gasförslaget ska ju uppdatera en emergency plan som medlemsländerna ska ha. Och många länder har ju planer på att spara eller effektivisera eller till och med ransonera i krislägen. Prioritera olika industrier och så vidare. Hur ser den svenska planen? Finns det planer för att prioritera mellan olika kunder?
Det finns alltid planer, så är lagstiftningen. Vi har i alla tider, oavsett hur bra eller dåliga tiderna är, har vi alltid planer på hur vi kan ransonera ifall det skulle komma dit här, hur man hanterar det och de uppdateras ständigt. Så planer finns det och det finns alltid, ja.
Men kommer inte in några kampanjer mot företag eller hushåll att spara energi, sänka värmen inomhus eller
Just nu driver Energimyndigheten en kampanj om energieffektivisering av bostäder. Och jag konstaterar att i vårat system för rotavdraget så finns det väldigt mycket pengar som hushållen kan använda till energieffektivisering och på det sättet sänka sina egna kostnader framåt. Utöver det så skulle jag nog säga att prissignalen som nu finns på gas och delvis också på el på grund av elpriserna eller gaspriserna i kontinentaleuropa som drabbar södra Sverige, så är prissignalen i sig en ganska tydlig faktor till att driva mot en mer energieffektiviserad och en klokare användning av energi.
Så det behövs en kampanj för att elpriset?
Alltså det pågår en kampanj hos Energimyndigheten tillsammans med rotavdragssystemet på att man ska kunna använda det för att kunna energieffektivisera. Och det är verkligen min uppmaning. Vi har inte riktigt kommit dit här. Vi har inte samma brist på, eller risk på brist på energi som man ser i kontinentaleuropa. Sverige är ju ett stort energiland och vi exporterar mycket el. Däremot så har vi under vissa tider på dygnet har vi svårt att kunna få elen till exempel från norra Sverige till södra Sverige. Det drar upp priserna när man ser att priserna är dubbelt eller 4 gånger högre i Frankrike i genomsnitt. Det finns vissa tider på dygnet där Frankrike har över 100 gånger svenska priser. Eller skånska priser ska jag säga. Så att vi har en prispåverkan, men vi har inte på samma sätt samma bristrisk som man ser i resten av Europa. Så att vi har ett lättare situation, trots att jag har väldigt stor förståelse att det är svårt för många hushåll som ändå ser höga elpriser. Och där jobbar vi stenhårt för att kunna sänka energipriserna. Men jämfört med Europa som har det avsevärt svårare nu på grund av kriget i Ukraina så har Sverige ändå något lättare. Därför så är energieffektiviseringskampanjer på ett annat sätt i resten av Europa än i Sverige. Tack så mycket.
We zijn heel dicht bij een akkoord en dat is ook een belangrijke stap, want als alle landen meer gaan doen aan energiebesparing, dan wordt het makkelijker voor Europa om deze winter door te komen.
Ja, komt er dan een verplichte besparing van 15%?
Er is nu gekozen voor een vrijwillige besparing van 15%. Voor Nederland had het ook verplicht of nog ambitieuzer mogen zijn, maar ik vind het heel erg belangrijk dat nu alle landen meer energie gaan besparen. Dat scheelt enorm in het gas dat we gebruiken en dat kunnen we dan ook inzetten voor de gasopslagen.
Maar als het vrijwillig is en niet verplicht, komen we dan wel de winter door?
Ja, ik voel ook in de gesprekken met collega-ministers, iedereen is er echt van doordrongen hoe belangrijk dit is. Elk land heeft natuurlijk zijn eigen situatie en uitgangspunten. Maar Nederland en een aantal andere landen hebben de afgelopen maanden al laten zien dat je ontzettend veel energie kan besparen. En dat moedigt ook andere landen aan om hetzelfde te gaan doen.
Maar lopen we nu niet het risico dat we deze winter in de kou komen?
Nou, mocht het de komende weken blijken dat het te langzaam gaat met die energiebesparing, dan kunnen er altijd nog extra stevige maatregelen bij komen. Belangrijk is nu dat we allemaal aan de slag gaan en dat we zo snel mogelijk die afhankelijkheid van Russisch gas verder afbouwen.
Wat zijn die maatregelen dan, die stevige maatregelen?
Ja, op dit moment zijn alle landen zich aan het voorbereiden op de meer extremere scenario's ook. Waarbij nu wil je vooral mensen en bedrijven verleiden om minder energie te gebruiken. Dan kun je bepaalde subsidies inzetten om bedrijven te helpen om te schakelen naar andere brandstoffen dan gas. Ja, dat kan op een gegeven moment ook meer verplichtend worden. Maar dat wil je zoveel mogelijk voor zijn.
Maar toch, meneer Jette, de commissie had gezegd, wij willen 45 miljard kubieke meter gas besparen. Dat doel gaat niet gehaald worden op deze manier. Dan lijkt het toch niet genoeg?
Wat heel belangrijk is dat we de komende tijd met elkaar ervoor zorgen dat we aankomende winter doorkomen. En dat doen we door andere bronnen dan Russisch gas naar Europa toe te halen. Nederland speelt daar een belangrijke rol in voor de import van vloeibaar gas. Maar energiebesparing is ook echt cruciaal. En de commissie geeft aan met het akkoord dat we vandaag hopelijk bereiken, kunnen we aankomende winter goed doorstaan.
Maar de problemen gaan niet alleen over aankomende winter. De problemen in de winter daarna zijn misschien nog wel groter. Zou de landen niet toch veel strenger moeten besparen op dat gas?
Ja, we zullen uiteindelijk als Europa, en dat moet op zo kort mogelijke termijn, helemaal van die Russische afhankelijkheid af moeten. En dat betekent snel inzetten op meer duurzame energie. Gas uit andere delen van de wereld halen, maar ook echt besparen. Voor komende winter is die inzet tot 15% voldoende, maar daar stopt het wat mij betreft ook niet mee. En we hebben ook een heel ambitieus Europees klimaatpakket.
Hoe groot is de druk op de solidariteit als je ziet dat Rusland gisteren ook weer de gaskraan een stukje verder dichtdraait?
We moeten gewoon rekening houden met het feit dat Rusland energie als strategisch wapen blijft inzetten. En dat het elke week weer spannend is wat Rusland aan Europa levert. En daarom moet ook echt in heel Europa de knop om. En moeten we ons ook voorbereiden op scenario's waarin we op hele korte termijn al helemaal geen Russisch gas meer hebben.
En wat vindt u dan van de kritiek van landen bijvoorbeeld uit Spanje die zeggen, ja, jullie hebben op de pof geleefd met dat Russische gas. Wij zijn helemaal niet afhankelijk en dan moeten wij ineens er ook voor opdraaien.
Uiteindelijk zitten we met alle Europese landen in één energiemarkt. Je ziet ook dat de gastekorten leiden tot hoge prijzen die consumenten in Nederland raken, maar ook consumenten in bijvoorbeeld Spanje. En juist om gezamenlijk deze crisis te lijf te gaan, is het ook goed dat elk land nu vrijwillig 15% extra gas gaat besparen.
Maar snapt u hun uitgangspunt? Hè? Zij denken natuurlijk ook misschien wel terug aan hoe het vroeger was in de eurocrisis. Dat zij juist de duimschroeven aan moesten draaien.
Kijk, deze crisis raakt elk Europees land, maar iedereen heeft nu zijn eigen uitgangspositie. Hoe kun je nou op hele korte termijn bijdragen aan het oplossen van deze gascrisis? Daar is ook ruimte voor die verschillen tussen de landen. Maar uiteindelijk voelen we ook, als we als Europa als één blok sterk staan, is dat ook de beste manier om deze strijd met Rusland te winnen.
Die 45 miljard kubieke meters die men wil gaan besparen, is dat per se Russisch gas of is dat, maakt niet uit welk gas?
Maar sowieso is gas besparen natuurlijk verstandig. Dat drukt de prijzen en helpt ook onze klimaatdoelen te behalen. Het is natuurlijk wel fijn als we alle besparingen ook kunnen inzetten om de import van Russisch gas zo snel mogelijk af te bouwen. Want uiteindelijk doen we dit omdat we ook die schatkist van Poetin niet meer willen spekken. Dat is de belangrijkste reden waarom we willen stoppen met die import van Russische energie.
Maar het is dus niet specifiek vastgelegd dat het om Russisch gas gaat?
Nou, we kunnen helaas niet de moleculen van gas helemaal oormerken per land. Dus maar zoals Nederland de laatste tijd heeft laten zien, door gewoon contracten op een gegeven moment niet meer voor te zetten met Rusland, door import uit andere landen te faciliteren, kun je die Russische energie echt 1 op 1 vervangen.
Meneer, u zegt elk land moet gas besparen, maar waar het een beetje op begint te lijken is dat een heleboel landen nu een uitzondering willen, zelfs onze zuidenburen. Dus in hoeverre is er nog sprake van gasreductie in elk EU-land?
Ja, er waren veel verzoeken voor uitzonderingen. Die zijn zeker niet allemaal ingewilligd. Er is ruimte voor wat specifieke omstandigheden. Omdat niet elk land in hetzelfde tempo die besparing kan bereiken. Maar uiteindelijk geldt deze opdracht wel voor alle Europese lidstaten. Het gasverbruik moet met 15% naar beneden, zodat we met elkaar deze winter goed kunnen doorkomen.
Maar bedoelt u dan het gasverbruik in de hele EU of wel per lidstaat?
Ja, als we het allemaal per lidstaat doen, dan kunnen we goed die komende winter door. Nederland loopt echt voorop met een aantal landen. Wij zitten al boven de 20% en willen dat ook echt structureel gaan maken. We zullen echt niet allemaal in hetzelfde tempo dat soort percentages gaan halen. Maar belangrijk dat we in alle lidstaten bijdragen aan het verlagen van de druk op de gasmarkt.
Maar hoeveel landen, hoeveel lidstaten krijgen een uitzondering?
We gaan daar vandaag nog met elkaar over handelen. De inzet van Nederland is in ieder geval om het aantal uitzonderingen beperkt te houden. Zodat we ook daadwerkelijk die 15% gaan halen met elkaar.
5 of 10 of 15, 27?
Dat gaan we vandaag zien.
Maar het aantal uitzonderingen geldt toch alleen als het verplicht wordt? Want het is nu sowieso vrijwillig.
Ja, maar het is, kijk, nu is de inzet om allemaal aan de slag te gaan. En de komende tijd zullen we zien hoeveel Russisch gas er nog naar Europa blijft stromen, hoeveel tempo landen maken met de daadwerkelijke besparingen. Maar we moeten ook in september allemaal onze plannen laten zien. Hè. Wat ga je nou per lidstaat doen aan die besparing? Dan komt die discussie over die uitzondering natuurlijk meteen weer terug. Maar zoals ik net al zei, de Nederlandse inzet is dat alle landen een steentje bijdragen aan de voorbereiding op komende winter.
En nog even over de toeleveringsketens. Dat is een minder besproken onderdeel van het gasplan. Maar waar het op neerkomt is dat Europese landen ook met elkaar gaan kijken of bepaalde productieprocessen niet in gevaar komen. Nu staat er in Zeeland een grote kunstmestfabriek, een groot verbruiker. Op dit moment wordt er geen kunstmest geëxporteerd vanuit de Oekraïne. Dat is een groot probleem voor de landbouw. Betekent dat die fabriek een uitzondering krijgt?
Nou, we zijn nu met 251 grote gasverbruikers in Nederland helemaal in kaart aan het brengen. Wat betekent het als daar minder gas moet worden gebruikt? Kijken we echt ook naar de maatschappelijke en economische effecten daarvan. We zijn ook met Duitsland samen het afschakelplan voor de industrie aan het afstemmen. Juist om te voorkomen dat minder gasverbruik op de ene plek leidt tot grote maatschappelijke of economische problemen elders. Aan het eind van de zomer heb ik dat plan klaar en zal ik dat ook aan de Tweede Kamer presenteren.
Nog een andere vraag. Nederland zit met de Benelux al jaren in een gasberaad met onder andere volgens mij Denemarken, Duitsland en Oostenrijk. Is dat niet een veel beter platform om noodplannen te maken dan de Europese Unie, waar soms gewoon netwerktechnisch niet op elkaar is aangesloten, maar waar nu ook blijkt dat er grote verdeeldheid is over een gezamenlijke aanpak?
Ja, ik kom net van een ontbijtbijeenkomst af met de Noordwest-Europese landen. Juist ook om dit met elkaar te bespreken. Hoe kunnen we in de regio, waar ook Nederland onderdeel van is, ervoor zorgen dat we zo goed mogelijk zijn voorbereid op die winter. Maar ook in meer extreme situaties wel met elkaar blijven afstemmen. Om te voorkomen dat een keuze in het ene land hele grote effecten heeft in de keuze in het andere land.
Maar bedoelt u daarmee te zeggen ook van dat daar de besluiten moeten worden genomen om een bepaalde noodscenario's in te zetten. En dat dat niet per se het primaat in Brussel zou moeten liggen?
Nou, het primaat ligt bij de lidstaten. Dat is ook onderdeel van het pakket dat we vandaag met elkaar zullen bereiken. Maar de details van de uitwerking, dat is ook verstandig om een regionaal verband te doen. En dat doen we dan ook volop met onze buurlanden in Noordwest-Europa.
Maar waarom dan nog in een EU-verband dit zaken proberen?
Ja, omdat uiteindelijk de energiemarkt een Europese markt is die ons allemaal raakt. En het is belangrijk dat we met alle lidstaten die solidariteit laten zien en allemaal ons steentje ook bijdragen. Dank u wel. Ja.
What we need to do is to create security of supply. The EU Energy Platform and the Task Force will rapidly take forward and coordinate the work of the 5 regional groups so that we make the most effective and efficient use of existing gas infrastructure across the Union and fix problems when there are problems in this infrastructure. We're also moving ahead to facilitate joint We're doing everything we can as a union to diversify our gas supply ahead of next winter, and we're on track to achieve the target of 60 BCM. I think we're beyond 35 BCM already. With its other elements, REPowerEU can get us down to a third of the Russian gas imports we had last year. Already much more than we thought we were able to do in such a short space of time, and yet it might not be enough. Because if Putin closes the tap completely, you can be sure it happens in the moment he thinks will hurt us most. To end this lingering vulnerability, we need to do more. And we can. We have a choice to reduce our consumption of gas and to make solidarity work. These are steps we must take if we want to make sure that Putin doesn't control our energy security. If we don't save 15% across the EU under a voluntary or mandatory framework, we will be taking a dangerous gamble. I salute you for adopting the compromise just now. And while that text is still an important step forward compared to where we are today, it's a huge leap forward. But we will have to remain very much abreast of the developments so that we can react to the developments if that is needed. Every day we postpone ambitious and difficult but also necessary savings. We increase the cost of facing an emergency. The longer you wait, the higher the cost. It's very clear. We would also make ourselves more vulnerable in a colder winter to higher competition on the LNG market and to more Russian gas games. We can be masters of our own energy security this winter, but to do that, we must save gas everywhere in the EU. And the good news is that if we do that, we can also make a big hole in the export revenues of Putin. But much more importantly, we can prove to him that we will stay the course until Ukraine is completely free of Russian aggression. Over to you, Carla.
Thank you, Franz. Dear Ministers, last time when we met in person, exactly 4 weeks ago, I promised you that I would present a plan for a safe energy winter in Europe, a plan with different components: fuel switch, renewables acceleration, demand reduction and solidarity. And the Commission presented such a plan last week, and compared to what I outlined a month ago, there is one more element, an Article 122 proposal for a Council regulation, which we have already discussed. The purpose of our overall plan is to avoid moving into an emergency situation later in the year, preserving industry from the forced curtailment and shielding our households and protecting customers from any gas supply reduction. Member States have a large degree of flexibility on how to implement the plan. It is up to you to decide which measures to use and in which sector to intervene, using as much as possible market-driven measures. You are free to advocate for reduction outside industry, in the residential or public sector, depending on each country's priorities and structure. And that's why early action on demand is more effective and less costly, and it can be better designed and spread over many economic sectors. To help on implementation, we have outlined options for voluntary gas savings that include fuel switch, among others. We have also set out guidance for Member States on which industrial sector should continue to be served with gas in a situation of forced reductions, taking into account different criteria and the integration of industrial supply chain in the single market. Demand reduction is not the only policy level we can mobilize. On the supply side, the Commission continues its work through the energy platform to secure additional quantities of gas and LNG for the European market and to facilitate future joint purchasing, accelerating the reduction of dependency on Russian gas supplies. And the platform will also rapidly take forward and coordinate the work of the 5 regional groups that have been established, for example, to ensure the most effective and efficient use of existing infrastructure. A coordinated demand reduction will also help on energy prices by sending a signal to markets about expected supply needs and thus limiting speculations. As I said before, we are following up to the European Council request by exploring different options to design a gas price cap, in particular in case of market disruption and rationing of scarce quantities of gas. And in parallel track, we are taking forward as a priority the work on assessing options to optimize the functioning of the electricity market and make it fit for a context of volatile prices and higher share of renewables in the system. This is what we are proposing in the plan. We will all need to come together today around a strong demand reduction strategy that effectively protects our energy security for this winter. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Vice President and Commissioner. Thank you, Franz and Kadri. And now I open the floor to the delegations. The first on my list is Agnes from France, and then next will be Rina from Estonia.
Merci, Monsieur le... Thank you very much, Chairman. Once again, I would underscore the excellent work that you've done. We ended the last Energy Council in a very good way, but in 5 days to adopt a text, it's unprecedented. Really, hats off. I think it really bodes well for the rest of your presidency. France supports the recommendations for the plan proposed by the European Commission to prepare for winter. We feel that anticipating a limit in supply and demand is very useful, and we fully align ourselves with the recommendations. Decisions have already been taken on heating and cooling buildings in the administration, in shopping centers, in stores, in offices. These are legislative and regulatory decisions. We also want to reduce energy consumption. We also want to see lowering of use of lighting at night, for example. I won't go through all of the measures that have been deployed. There are either company commitments or legislative and regulatory decisions that will lead to sanctions if not complied with. We also have looked at troubleshooting any cutoffs, for example, for electricity and gas, and I think it would be good to have a European level plan so that we can be more resilient and so our systems can weather the storm, as it were. There are also proposals in terms of auctions and swaps. It would be good to have this on a European cross-border way so that we can strengthen our systems. We should have better coordination of gas purchases, looking at competitiveness, which is something that may stand in the way of coordination right now. And then also we should look at the private sector and also the small scale private sector. We need to maintain all of our assets for electricity production and low carbon production. It's very important to manage the crisis, and we would like to see a development of electricity production and biogas production so that we can be prepared. And then, of course, there's the storage of gas and rules for that. Of course, it can be voluntary storage. And then to conclude, I think that to be effective, we need to take into consideration the functioning of the gas and electricity networks, and we need to focus on measures that are truly effective in terms of our collective security of supply, but also measures that will avoid any type of disruption in our industrial production chain. Solidarity should be in the area of gas and electricity. Obviously, you know that we have a coupled gas and electricity system in France. And of course, there needs to be awareness raising among the general public. And I think that we could have European level message signaling in this area. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Agnès. And next speaker is Rina from Estonia and then Tine from Belgium.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, we all need to tackle the trilemma of energy security, affordability and environmental sustainability when preparing for this winter. I'll give you a brief overview of Estonian efforts and challenges. First, the independence from Russian energy supplies has been the cornerstone of Estonian energy policy. And in terms of gas, Estonian companies have not bought Russian gas since April, and the government will ban the import of Russian gas before the end of this year. Secondly, even as we speak, the construction works with probably the near world record speed on both sides of the Gulf of Finland are going on, so that we could be able to receive a floating LNG terminal by winter. And in order to ensure the extraordinary progress, we ask for a smooth and quick state aid evaluation and approval process by the Commission. Third, Estonian government has decided to buy a strategic gas reserve. Fourth, we have concluded bilateral gas solidarity agreements with Latvia and Finland, our neighboring countries. Fifth, now about the fuel switch. High gas prices have reduced consumption, and our heat producers and industries have switched to alternative fuels. It's mainly biomass and shale oil. These are these domestic fuels in Estonia. And Estonia is on a path to reduce the gas consumption by 1/5. In order to at least do this temporary switch, if we talk about biomass, we're looking at a permanent switch, but for shale oil, the switch will be temporary. But with this in mind, now I want to emphasize that the exemptions from the emissions limits in the Industrial Emission Directive need to make this temporary switch for Estonia possible. So we hope that the Commission can back the Member States' environmental authorities' decisions on the matter of temporary switching to alternative fuels that might have higher environmental impacts. Sixth, in longer term, we need to increase renewable energy production in the EU, and it has become even more important in the current geopolitical context. In case of Estonia, we also talk about the sustainable biomass as a renewable energy source, and this has helped Estonia to reduce the gas in our heating sector by the use of gas by half over the last 10 years, and we intend to continue. And lastly, we welcome the Commission's guidelines on prioritizing unprotected customers in the event of a gas cutoff. And I think we need to treat the same gas consumer segments similarly throughout the region. And I hope that we can reach an agreement on this before the next heating period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rine. And now Tine from Belgium and then Robert from Germany.
Thank you, Joseph. Belgium has adopted a 2 or 3 weeks ago, the winter plan, not only to be ready for next winter, but also for the winters thereafter. We should think forward, as was also said in the previous discussion. It's not about this winter alone, which will be probably also with some emergency measures, but also for the winters thereafter. We are putting a lot of strategies in place, but I would like to focus on just a few of them. One is demand-side management products that will be launched not only in Belgium, but we've also looked into the Netherlands and into Germany. It's also in the communication from the European Commission. And we are particularly also interested in the idea of possible contract swap, which was proposed in the annex to the communication, but not in the communication itself. And maybe this is something that we should look into more and further also between member states, so that we could avoid our economies to come in recession. We have in Belgium a huge manufacturing industry, as also have other countries. And this contract swaps was for me a new idea for which I would like to thank the Commission, and an idea that could be explored even further, and also in line with these auctions and tenders with regard to demand-side management that we are setting up. Second point is that we continue, and also I mentioned this in the previous discussion, that we will continue to invest in our infrastructure. We have already done a feasibility study to increase exit capacity to Germany. This was done already by our TSO. This can be operational before the end of 2023. And we have also a project ongoing to increase the regasification capacity of our LNG terminal in Zeebrugge, which can be finalized by 2024. These are decisions that are, of course, taken by our TSOs, but that are fully supported and facilitated where necessary by our government. And then last but not least, we stay and remain a strong supporter of the energy platform. I listened carefully to what the Commission said, that this is a high priority also for the Commission, and also I feel some traction in the room about this idea. This can be an intelligent way also to work on price caps and to keep our marginal pricing. I also support the position paper by Greece. We should look into how we can update and optimize our pricing mechanism. But in the short run, if we have this energy platform going and if we have a price reference like, for example, the Henry Hub, this can have a calming effect on prices without a huge distortion of the market. What is of particular interest to us, and what we in our team are working on a lot, is how to have a more balanced gas market in terms of contracts. We have now focused on these short-term contracts, which have brought a lot of welfare to the European Union. But how can we bring in long-term contracts again? And this gas platform could be a way to do so, but we are also looking into the possibilities to have fixed-term contracts also at residential level. So we feel, in a sense, and it's maybe a little bit bizarre to say, but that we are getting prepared. And the most important thing for us is to avoid improvisation during winter. So that imagine the scenarios that could be presented to us, so that if autumn comes and if winter arrives, that we know what to do, because improvisation would be detrimental not only to our societies, but certainly to our economies. Thank you.
Thank you, Tine. Und nur Robert, du bist dran.
And Robert, now it's your turn. Sorry, and then Teresa from Spain.
Thank you very much. Lieber Josef.
Dear Josef, in the German media, and I think in many other European medias as well, in the reporting ahead of this summit, there was a lot of things there was real sort of negative portrayals. Europe is divided, they were saying. People don't want savings to be made. There's no will for it. And within the space of 5 days, that has changed. And I'd like to pick up where Agnes left off. It's a huge achievement by the new presidency. And after all, if you look back over the negotiations on the Fit for 55, I think what we see here is very much a continuation of Europe's ability to act over the coming weeks and months. And I believe that another reason for that is that many of you are always willing to take half a step more than what would be necessary merely based on national interests. And sometimes there's a room for improvement, but that's what makes Europe strong, and that's what we've succeeded in doing today. Notwithstanding all those who would detract, all those who would mock. And I think it's at a time when we need to make it clear to everyone that gas from Russia has to be less. We can't be taken by surprise because we can no longer work on the assumption that everything will just go on as it has. If we look at what's happened over the past weeks and months, there is a clear strategy from the Kremlin. And I wouldn't even say that it's by Gazprom necessarily, because I think Gazprom itself, the company, is no longer the master of its own decisions. And the farce regarding this Canadian turbine is very clear in this regard. The whole thing is being politicized and commitments are no longer being met. So there's a clear political line from the Kremlin, which boils down to two key pressure points, as it were. The first is that solidarity in Europe is to be broken down by means of the high prices in Europe. Solidarity among ourselves, both solidarity and also solidarity with Ukraine. And we've sent out a strong signal to counter that today, because what the signal says, in essence, is that Europe acknowledges the need to keep markets open and to make joint efforts to increase gas quantities available, but also to help each other and to define clear means of doing that. And the second document, which we haven't even discussed in this forum, relates to Nord Stream 2. We keep on hearing from the Kremlin, there's a second pipeline and all you need to do is to approve that and then you will have gas aplenty. But the new German government and my minister personally had to make a lot of effort to correct that error. And if we were to do that, then it would serve to strengthen our dependence on Russian gas. And I think all the efforts that we've made over the past 6 months, and of course this is also reflected in all the sanctions that we've implemented. We'd be capitulating in view of that, and we need to prevent both of those scenarios from happening. And I think today's decision provides a good basis for doing just that. And I think it's an objective situation facing us which has never faced the European Union hitherto. We are facing a harsh economic and political situation, and now is a time where energy had been more and more available, cheaper and cheaper, and it hadn't been a political issue at all. But that time is past now. Energy is high on the political agenda, and our awareness of our dependence on Russia is becoming greater than it ever was before. But that's not a harmful thing, because obviously we need to be thrifty in managing energy, and I think that that can help, and it is helping. Just to speak briefly on behalf of Germany, obviously that's the country that I'm most familiar with in political terms. We're spending a lot of time talking about building LNG terminals, and we are doing that. We will do that by the turn of the year. We're talking about fossil fuels and reducing their market share, but we have to admit that our dependence on Russian fossil fuels and reducing that is only a step on the path towards reducing dependency overall. Germany brought the largest renewable energy package before the Parliament than ever before the holiday period. And the idea is that their share is to go up to 80% by 2030. With a higher proportion of elective vehicles and the like. So this is bound to lead to a significant growth in the near future. And looking at industry across the board, we are seeing increased efforts being made to shift towards hydrogen. And looking at the calculations that were carried out a mere 6 months ago, those no longer hold water, as it were. And the break-even point for hydrogen is around about 80-90 euros per megawatt hour. And now, as the chair just said, in some cases we're up to 150 or even 180 megawatt hours. So that's a real business case for doing that. So beneath the surface of the political debate, there's a huge movement which is taking place in Europe the aim being to make Europe climate neutral by 2050 as part of Fit for 55. When it comes to energy efficiency, and I can still think back to what people said in the first round of discussion, we heard what Hungary said about the number of households being connected to the gas network. That applies to Germany too. So we need to bear in mind those customers. But we've all learned that in the field of energy consumption, a 1% temperature reduction can save 5% in terms of energy, and 2% can save 10%. And we've just decided that we want to go for 15%. And 2% is feasible merely due to cuts made in heating of public buildings and so on and so forth. There are a great many measures which do not encroach on the private lives of citizens. And so I wouldn't share that argument. Even though private energy consumption is high, there certainly are all kinds of ways of making headway in this area. But that doesn't involve a rejection of the energy cuts that we've just agreed to. Now, another point, it's very important that in taking this decision, we've taken the next joint step, and that needs to be converted into concrete action. So what we now need to do is to analyze the situation quickly to see where there are still weak points in individual countries' energy system. It may be gas now, but later it could be hydrogen and electricity, and interconnectors need to be expanded. And after all, we've always had a tradition whereby each country looks after its own interests, and we need to get away from that. On behalf of Germany, I can say that the joint purchase of gas is something that we should take forward. We should set up a platform or some sort of joint organisation which allows for the purchases of gas, and we need to ensure that markets remain open and that at a time of crisis we don't try to home in on ourselves and shore up our own national interests, because that will get us nowhere. Our economic and industrial interests are too interwoven to allow us to do that. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Robert. I would like to ask everybody, please try to respect the time limit. We are a little bit running out of time. We have a big delay. I know that the topic is extremely important, but just not to have too big delay, because the Ukraine delegation is waiting for us. So before I hand over to Teresa from Spain, I ask Davor then to be prepared as the next. So Teresa, the floor is yours.
Gracias. Thank you very much, Joseph. I'll try to be very brief. There have been various thoughts and some work that has been done. Obviously, the first one is to strengthen and anticipate the measures for storage, but also strengthen and anticipate savings and efficiency. We have a dialogue now with energy stakeholders, with the industry, and with consumer advocacy groups. We've been talking to policymakers. We want to have energy savings in homes. We've had an impetus for that. And also there are measures that have been taken for to ask for responsible energy use in households, and we are trying to see how we can reduce consumption, for example, by interrupting service or by using different fuels, or to try to find ways to have better energy efficiency. We've been working with public administrations. We have a program for energy savings for lower consumption by the administration on the national and autonomous region and local level. So we need to maintain everyone informed, obviously, and we're doing that. And we make sure that the communication takes up this language. We're also creating an impulse for electrification. We're trying to be more agile. We want to have small electrification solutions, use of renewables, substituting certain fuels with some limitations. It's very difficult to have a full substitution of gas with carbon. Actually, that's not possible, or to have a full fossil fuel use, that's not very good either. We have seen that there have been some dry years. We saw what happened in France. We're trying to use natural gas to accommodate the demand. We're also anticipating that there will be solutions for the future for an energy mix with renewables and biogas, biofuels, and other renewables. And we have solidarity mechanisms where we have resources to strengthen an infrastructure that doesn't even exist yet on the European level. This is for LNG, and we want to have a seventh gasification plant so that we can have LNG storage, which would have a 50% storage level that would help Europe as well. So we want to further flesh out the technical work to see how we can maximize efficiency and also have better energy supply for our European partners because we're channeling, for example, methane gas to Livorno. So there are facilities to bring this on board.
La maximización. Tenemos capital y con esto que
What is also very important is that we are organizing awareness-raising campaigns, and in fact, the Commission also should push those messages forward as well, so that everyone across the board is saving. All consumers making savings is absolutely vital. In our case, we've already done a lot of awareness raising, but I think it's absolutely vital that citizens should be involved so that they themselves do what is necessary to make the savings that we want to have. And this is vital for our contingency and saving plans themselves.
Thank you, Teresa. Davor from Croatia is the next, and then Leonore from Austria.
Thank you, dear Joseph. In the light of all that has happened so far, Russia's aggression against Ukraine must not be additionally financed with the money that the EU has been directing to the Russian Federation for years by purchasing their products. Therefore, it's necessary to ensure a complete shift from the import of fossil fuels from the Russian Federation and strengthened commitment to the European Union's energy policy, which must primarily be exempt from any type of geopolitical blackmail. In this context, Energy Union is proof that for a number of years the EU put a lot of effort to ensure safe, stable, clean and affordable energy for its citizens. This is precisely why decarbonization of Europe is a logical step forward, clearly outlined in a Green Deal, but also in the subsequent documents and measures such as Fit for 55 and ultimately REPowerEU. Therefore, I would once again like to point out that Croatia supports the decarbonization of Europe and considers the REPowerEU plan as a solid basis for the future unity of the EU. It has laid a foundation for harmonious transitions from fossil fuels to clean, low-carbon energy. This does not mean an abrupt phase-out of fossil fuels. We need a reasonable and well-designed transition that will over time reduce not only our dependence on fossil fuels, but also reduce the use, while at the same time converting the already built infrastructure in an economically justified way. The transition, with the opening of new economic opportunities, will ensure that the EU becomes a global leader in the use of clean energy necessary to combat climate change. However, faced with the potentially further disruption of supply, we have to act together to secure enough energy as early as this winter, since the scenario of a full cut of energy imports from the Russian Federation is quite realistic. Therefore, we have taken first steps at our national level to achieve a reduction in demand, and furthermore, we will encourage fuel substitution where possible, as well as provision of alternative fuels for short-term supply interruptions, both in heat and energy generation. When it comes to energy security, our LNG terminal plays an important role and will, among other things, enable us to fill our gas storage according to the joint EU agreement. Also, prior to adoption of new national recovery and resilience plans, which also contain a chapter related to Repower EU, Croatia will initiate activities aimed at strengthening the gas pipelines towards neighbouring countries and raising the capacity of LNG terminal to 6.1 BCM. That will give us possibility to sign contracts for delivery of materials and equipment for these projects as soon as possible. As regards additional measures, Croatia is already engaged in talks with other member states regarding joint solidarity agreements. We intend to speed up these processes while at the same time strive to increase the capacity of our LNG terminal, thus providing new quantities of natural gas available for our neighbouring countries. We believe that by combining these two measures, we can ensure long-term stability. We propose the Commission to work intensively on supply diversification, including joint gas procurement, in order to increase additional alternative sources and routes. All this should strengthen the position of all member states this winter and show how the common EU energy policy has been working in recent years and has been designed precisely to overcome these issues and to ensure that the European Union is not dependent on anyone when it comes to policy and economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Leonore from Austria and then Kashayar from Sweden.
Herzlichen Dank. Ich möchte auch
Thank you very much. And I'd like to start this round by thanking the Commission and the Czech Presidency once again for all the hard work that they've been doing over the past few days. And in the decision that we've just set in train, we are showing that we need solidarity in Europe and that we understand that solidarity makes us strong, and that we're showing that we don't just talk about it, but we are actually taking solidarity forward in the form of very tangible measures, and thank you for that. But European solidarity, of course, also means that we need to do everything in our power nationally in order to make savings and to diversify imports and to bring consumption down. And I'd like to tell you about an example from Austria. The storage, I can tell you the storage facilities today. Well, in Austria, once a legal basis was created for a use it or lose it rule, which concluded the national procedures. This is now meaning that looking at the unfilled storage content, not filled by Gazprom so far, can be filled as of the beginning of August, which will mean that we can make a significant contribution towards security of supply in Europe. Now, when it comes to demand reduction measures in Austria, well, I think it's important for all of us that after all, the public sector serves to set an example, and we want to be guided by that. But also, just picking up on the Chair's question, we want to start an energy savings campaign for the beginning of the 2022 heating season with private households to ensure that not only is there a reduction in energy consumption, but a reduction in energy costs as well. That's a common concern to us all, because after all, in households, we're seeing a flight away from gas, where people are calling for a swap of their gas boilers for different systems, and this is unprecedented. And sometimes people are wanting to move away from the 100% support for which they would be eligible to other forms of support. And also it's important that we place a strong focus on savings, hence our focus on the private sector. But I would just like to point out that in the business sector, we're also taking measures, and this is something which is currently being approved. We're creating the legal basis for a fuel switch when it comes to large consumers. where we focus on issues of cogeneration, so that over the next few months it should be possible to create the technical prerequisites in order for gas to be replaced by other sources of energy, crude oil in most instances. That's what's likely to happen. And this also involves making a coal power station operational once again. It had been decommissioned, but we're wanting to bring it back into use. And I should also point out that, once again, we must emphasize the need for joint purchase platforms. We need to step up the pace in this area. We want to ensure that there's a strong focus on these, and that's really very important indeed for us. Just two more brief points. In the area of gas supply, as we know, we are dependent on each other. We share the storage network, we share the transmission network. We need different pipelines. We need each other for proper coordination as well. And with that in mind, if there were to be a stoppage of supply, a scenario which we simply have to plan for, then cooperation between the member states is indispensable. That's why it's so good that in the relevant fora, such as the Gas Coordination Committee, we are having intensive exchanges of views. And could I add, in respect of this point, that it's abundantly clear that if there were to be a stoppage of supply, measures would have to be taken quickly, and there would be an immediate need for solidarity. And this, in particular, involves the support of our industries, those who make the economy work. And so it's vital that state subsidies can be made available in the case of a union alert as well, or in particular in the case of a union alert. This needs to be made possible in order for the businesses involved to be supported, and we need the necessary flexibility for this going beyond the end of the year as well. We need to support businesses who are moving away from gas, but those who can't do so at short notice in view of the exceptional situation, which requires us all to show flexibility. And that goes for here we're reliant on the Commission. And lastly, just looking ahead to the seasons for coming years, as many people have already said, the transition towards renewable energy is the key task that we have, the key mission that we have. And we've adopted legislation already aimed at a shift by 2030, and yesterday I talked about the spirit of Repower EU, but as part of this transition it's vital that we can make coordinated efforts, particularly when it comes to the industrial base for the transition and the technical resources that we need, and so on and so forth. I think we really do need a push so that everyone's efforts are worthwhile, and so that they can continue to be worthwhile over the longer term. Thank you. The Chair, thank you very much, Leonora. Now Kasia from Sweden.
Mika from Finland.
Thank you, dear Joseph. I would like to also thank the Commission for its work on the gas reduction plan and its work to reduce Russian fossil fuel dependency as soon as possible, and of course the Czech presidency for their swift work on this. The last 5 months have emphasized the need for a more secure and sustainable energy supply. In this situation, member states need to maximize their fossil-free energy production, regardless of energy source. Measures to reduce gas consumption must not lead to increased use of fossil fuels, for example, coal. There are other and better alternatives to use. The demand reduction plan needs to take into account that gas markets differ across the European Union. For example, Sweden, we have a strong focus on the green transition. It delivers lots of jobs and industries, higher security of energy supply, but also good for the planet, of course. Our electricity production is basically totally fossil-free. It's based on hydro, nuclear, and wind. We do have, for our total energy consumption, a strong bioenergy supply through sustainable renewable forestry that we're really good at for many years. So we are a really small gas-using country in that matter. We don't use gas for electricity. For all total gas consumption, only 2.7% that is used for our total energy consumption is gas. But that 2.7% might go to some very important industries. And in that sense, it needs to be some sort of possibilities to handle this reduction differently for member states. And I'm glad that we've reached a good position on that. So member states, for example, regarding the type of consumers that gas system can serve, need to be handled differently. I also look forward to continue this dialogue because the green transition that we are on to is the way forward to have better sustainable planets, to have better industries and also more energy security supply in the Union. So thank you for the work so far and looking forward to the continued dialogue on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Kasia. Mika from Finland, followed by Kostas from Greece.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Vice President, Commissioner, Ministers, the urgent need to guarantee the energy security in the EU cannot be emphasized too much. The next few winters are going to be challenging, and we need to be prepared for further disruptions and problems with the gas supply. This has to be done in a comprehensive and coordinated way. The Commission's preparedness package and the approval of the Council regulation is a good start. I would like to emphasize the need for the EU to remain united. Russia is using gas in trying to divide Europe, and the only way we can make it is if we remain a united front. Joint and decisive actions are needed. You know well our affection with market-based measures that have achieved already significant results to improve our security of supply. That said, we should not underestimate the willingness of citizens to participate voluntarily, and here, for example, information campaigns are an excellent tool. We believe that it is better to act proactively rather than just reacting as new disruptions occur. The momentum definitely is now. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Kostas from Greece, and then Bojan from Slovenia.
Thank you, Joza. Say that in Greece we have done quite a few things in order to prepare our energy system for supply disruptions, and we are constantly monitoring the situation. Concerning measures to stimulate reduction of demand, we have put in place and already implement a reduction plan in the public sector, because always public should send the right message and give the right example. So it includes maintenance of heating and cooling systems, adjustment of the thermostat to 27 Celsius in the summer and 19 Celsius in the winter, optimization of the timing of the street lighting and buildings lighting as well. Now, at the same time, let me say that we have decided to increase the electricity generation from lignite power plants. So from 5 terawatt hours this year, the lignite electricity generation will arrive to 10 terawatt hours. Furthermore, in case of a disruption, we have 5 natural gas power plants ready to use diesel because they are dual fuel plants. In September, next September, a new lignite plant with 660 megawatt capacity will be commissioned. And also, let me say that the 10% increase of renewables power production for the first 5 months of 2020-22 versus 21 give us on an annual basis the possibility to reduce gas consumption by approximately 3.5 to 4 thermal terawatt hours. Let me say that by the end of 2022, Greece electricity demand, 50% of Greece electricity demand will come from renewables. In the last 4 years, we have been able to deploy more than 5,000 megawatts of additional renewables, and every year from now on, we're going to deploy more or less 2,000 megawatts of new renewables. Also, we have increased our storage capacity. We have almost doubled the storage capacity of the regasification plant we have in Attica, in Revithousa, by putting an additional floating storage unit, which has already arrived. We took the decision a few months ago, and in a record time arrived, is already docked, and this will help the fully utilization of our gasification capacity, which currently covers, of course, the Greek needs, but also the Bulgarian needs. Let me say that there are many days that we supply Bulgaria gas that represents 80% of the country's daily consumption. And also we're discussing also with Romania and my Romanian counterpart, Virgil Popescu, also for this LNG terminal to be used to deliver gas to Romania, up to Romania. Also, let me say that we have already inaugurated the commencement of the construction of a new FSRU in Alexandroupolis, north of Greece, with a regasification capacity of 5.5 BCM, and this also through the new interconnector, Greece-Bulgaria will be able to send more gas to Bulgaria and to northern countries. Also, currently we are discussing with Roberto, with Italy, in order to store some gas in the Italian underground reserves that we can take with reverse flow from TAP and bring it to Greece. So all this, I think, that will allow Greece to secure the energy supply, not only for Greece, but I would say for the broader southeastern European area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kostas. Please, Bojan from Slovenia, and then Andris from Latvia.
Thank you, Joseph. Dear colleagues, let me just jump to present the measures Slovenia has so far adopted. Like many other member states, we have already introduced measures for more efficient use of energy, especially in the public sector. In order to address the high cost of energy, we have also decided to temporarily regulate the prices of electricity and gas on retail markets. In addition, we are stimulating the fuel switching. However, this has only limited outreach concerning some of the other constraints. In Slovenia, more than 70% of natural gas is consumed by industry, and we have no domestic production nor storage. If there are major supply disruptions, the need for European solidarity will be great and necessary. For some time now, member states have been obliged to conclude agreements on solidarity gas supply. Moreover, they have also been called upon by the European Council to do so swiftly. Slovenia and Italy recently signed and ratified such an agreement, and I sincerely thank my Italian colleague for that. A few weeks ago, Slovenia also sent the proposals to our other two interconnected neighbors, Austria and Croatia. I thank Davor for promising to speed things up, and I ask Leonor to do the same. We really need to close this before the end of the summer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bojan. Please, Andris from Latvia, and the next will be Marios from Cyprus.
Godātie kolēģi, es turpināšu latviski. Tādu kaimiņu.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be speaking Latvian now. Russia is an unusual neighbor. It's a major problem for us. And we are grappling with a great many crises. The refugee crisis, for example. And Russia is now showing its face. And we are faced with quite different problems this winter. Our society is very clearly aware of this. We can no longer cooperate with Russia. We are among the member states which, in view of this situation, sounded the alert, an early warning in the gas sector involving a move to LNG, and we've decided to dispense with imports from Russia entirely. And we've already made provision for possible crises occurring this winter, and we've also made provision for a security reserve for our country, and a quarter of national consumption is covered by that. And at least up until 2024, that security reserve, in brackets, or in inverted commas, is available. And we are planning a new LNG terminal for the next heating season, and in the current heating season, we are basing our requirements on the terminal in Lithuania and the Paldiski terminal in Estonia, and they will also be able to supply households in the region with gas. And we feel that, in particular, this is a show of solidarity. The basis for the success of any EU policy is solidarity. And the solidarity agreement and the regional gas market give us reason to feel relatively secure. And I would say that the availability of natural gas, being based on the effective and solidarity-based use of infrastructure without unnecessary competition among the member states and access to infrastructure, that is the best means of avoiding problems and providing consumers with what they need. We need to ensure that the measures we take do not threaten the security of supply, and we are therefore sceptical about the idea of setting gas price caps and whether these will be enough. The crisis has shown that we need to act firmly with resolve, and these areas are now very clear. But after the crisis, if we, once we've overcome it, then we will need to look at the situation then, and we can see that our population is already moving away from gas. People are already moving over towards biomass and other sources of energy as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Andries. The next speaker is Marios from Cyprus, and then Eamon from Ireland.
Thank you, Joseph. First, let me thank the Presidency and the Commission for their hard work in these times of urgency. We clearly need a collective approach in satisfying our energy needs as one Europe, since energy disruption in critical sectors can have negative implications across the whole of Europe. The agreement we've just reached on the regulation of coordinated demand reduction for natural gas is a very important proof of our unity. Turning now to the orientation question concerning the actions or initiatives that should be prioritized to enhance energy security ahead of the next winter, whilst ensuring stable energy supply to our industry and vulnerable citizens in the coming months, we believe they could include the following. Special attention to vulnerable consumers and SMEs, since they are most affected by changes in energy prices. This can be done via launching or intensifying information campaigns on energy savings and consumer awareness. Cyprus has already planned to start a broad campaign on energy savings from September. Cyprus also supports to incentivize actual reduction in energy consumption per year through energy savings, which can be compensated, also taking into account the emissions. Citizens will also soon realise that every kilowatt-hour saved can help other citizens reduce energy dependence. Energy efficiency should be converted to energy sufficiency and solidarity between member states and citizens. Be able to exploit our indigenous energy resources and at the same time accelerate the EU's green transition, including through the expansion of renewable energy and improving energy efficiency, which enhances energy security and reduces dependence on third countries. Cyprus has planned special schemes which aim to promote the installation of further RES for electricity generation. The element of energy security of supply via the diversification of resources and better energy market interconnection is vital to reducing our reliance on a single supplier and ensuring affordable energy prices. Accelerating the completion of all the remaining interconnections of the energy market, especially those designed to carry green gases, in our best defence to deal with such crises and promote green growth. Another essential element is built-in strong international and bilateral cooperation, as stipulated in paragraph 5 of the Presidency summary on energy markets and projects with reliable partners, especially in the Mediterranean region, where Cyprus and other EU countries can contribute also through the Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum. Last but not least, as emphasised by other colleagues, it is also important to take into account in our discussions the negative ripple effects that fuel switching from gas to oil at an EU level will bring to those member states that rely on oil and its derivatives for their energy needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marios. And please, Eamon, Ireland, and then Miriam, Malta.
Thank you, Yusuf, and thank the Czech Presidency and the Commission for getting this regulation agreed within a week, which is an important signal as Russia, as we see, continues to use energy supply as a weapon of war. And even in the further notice yesterday to cut the gas supplies to Europe, having it again shows the sense and the appropriateness of the actions that we are taking here today. We support and we will do everything we can to reduce our use of gas. Even though we don't use Russian gas, a tiny percentage, the reality in our gas use is it's part of a united Irish gas, but also coming from a UK supply. And as we know and we heard, the small, thin interconnection between the UK and the continent is mainly being used at the moment now to fill European stocks. The flows are all going one way. It's critical that we understand, though, even if we're not affected by the supply risk, we are all affected by the price change that this use of energy as a weapon of war is having. For more years than I care to remember, the price of gas was some 50 pence a therm. We still pay in pence on a UK system. Today, the price is 320 pence. And most worryingly, the forward price for next winter is 430 pence. Almost 8, 9, 10 times what the historic price has been. That's an incredible threat to all our people, and which is why we have to reduce our use. We will do that with energy efficiency measures first and foremost. Our tools are on heat pumps, solar panels, insulation boards to reduce our use, particularly domestically. But also in power generation, where more than half our gas is used and where gas accounts for half our supply. The critical step is to increase our interconnection with France, electricity interconnection, so we start to have alternative supplies. We're also in negotiations with our farming sector at the moment to see, can we introduce biomethane, which we think could supply some 10 or 15% of our supplies. If you add that to a 10 or 15% reduction, you're getting to material ways of protecting our people. And more than anything else, as you said, France, our strategy, our Green New Deal, our whole economic, our sovereignty approach, our security approach is in switching to renewables, in converting that to hydrogen, in creating an alternative gas source. We are not able to be threatened in this way. We very much support the regulation. We have work to do on those other measures to really give us protection and security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Miriam from Malta. And the next speaker then will be Duarte from Portugal.
Thank you, Joseph, and thank you once again for moving in a very decisive manner. I will be echoing a lot of what Eamon, my Irish colleague, just said, because the fact that for us, until today, we remain disconnected from the trans-European gas network does not mean that we are not sensitive to the challenges that all of us are facing in our different member states. Ultimately, no one lives in a vacuum, and the negative impact on one member state has an effect on all of us. And our ultimate aim is to protect both consumers as well as jobs and our economies, but most importantly, to shift to cleaner options. And as I mentioned earlier, we are working hard to ramp up our share of renewables so that any substitution possibilities that can help us shift away from the use of natural gas will be there to help us divert towards clean energy. Irrelevant of all the challenges, we are adamant to move in this direction. And likewise, we want to contribute by reducing demand and supporting consumers to opt for innovative solutions for both households and enterprises that can help in the deployment of renewables, solar water heaters, heat pumps, the replacement of existing appliances, and also equipment with more efficient ones. Industry is also supported through targeted financial help investments in energy-efficient equipment and also energy-saving solution, though present state aid rules somewhat limit the attractiveness of the permitted support provided. Now, not having access to distributed gas does not mean that Malta, like other island member states, is immune to the financial costs experienced across Europe. And we partially, for example, rely on Italy to meet our electricity demand. And prices have soared to what until recently would have been unimaginable levels, reaching even €650 per megawatt hour, driven by the price of gas. So it is therefore crucial to provide a strong market signal to defuse the present upward spiralling of gas prices, which is reflected in electricity prices. Meanwhile, however, we must not lose focus from the medium to long-term objectives, that of transiting away from fossil fuels, which not only requires the identification of new sources of supply, but also requires significant investment in indigenous production and appropriate distribution infrastructure. And here it is important that EU funds supporting innovative renewable energy projects attract investment across all sea basins, including the Mediterranean, to tap in the potential offered by floating technologies. Hence why, once again, we insist that priority should be given to switching as fast as possible to renewable sources of energy that can provide us with cleaner alternatives, but can also provide us with autonomy and sovereignty. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Miriam. The next speaker is Duarte from Portugal, and then Peter from Hungary.
Thank you, Mr. President. Caros colegas.
Dear colleagues, I'd like to thank the Presidency for the efforts they've put into this so as to come up with a united approach in Europe based on solidarity to face the blackmail of Putin using gas to endanger democracies in Europe. Portugal has implemented several measures taking into account the specific characteristics of our gas and electricity networks. As you know, in Portugal, we have reduced dependence on Russian gas. Most of our gas comes across the seas, and we also have a lot of LNG coming in through one of our terminals. At the beginning of the year, Portugal approved a mechanism to set up supply systems for the winter and set up security systems for our operators, our TSOs. We are also implementing the regulations on gas storage and setting up a way to have a regional task force for the southeast of Europe. We also have a gas coordination group working together at a European level. We've also, based on speeding up the facilitation of licenses for renewable energy production. We also have started on public awareness campaigns to make clear to everyone the risks and opportunities of an energy transition. Portugal can help with other member states to transship LNG from the port of Sines as long as others are willing to be involved. We also are working together with electricity producers and industry so they can contribute to boosting our gas reserves. Each member state, of course, has to better identify what measures it needs, what its sector needs, and the extreme weather events that they have to deal with. Once again, I'd like to highlight the fact that Portugal has managed to reduce its gas use by 23% without undermining our electricity supplies. We need better interconnections between Portugal and Spain and Europe. Portugal has to be better linked to gas supplies so as to guarantee our energy supplies, and we need to better make use of energy possibilities from Europe. We have drawn up agreements and memoranda with third countries. as well. And Europe should also make better use of such interconnections with third countries. Portugal would like to see more cooperation between the regions that are at greater risk. We would like the Commission to continue with and speed up its purchasing agreements to make sure that we have the supplies we need and that we have the necessary caps. Finally, we want to assess what impact this is going to have on the electricity market so that we can adjust to the greater use of renewables and lessening dependence on fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you, Duarte. And now, Peter, the floor is yours, and then Ivanka from Bulgaria will be the next.
Thank you, dear Minister. I'd like to use the starting point as I just used during the point of the agenda before, that we think that the references of the European treaties are still valid, which say that construction of the national energy mix must be a national competence. We have a supply and demand structure in Hungary regarding energy which has been formulated during the last decades, and in which both natural gas and nuclear do play a very important role. And the Hungarian government has been carrying out a responsible strategy on the energy supply based on this determination. Our goal is definitely to ensure the safe supply of the country when it comes to energy, even under the current most challenging circumstances. We want to make sure, and we will make sure, that all households and all companies in Hungary do receive enough energy. I would like to report to you, Mr. President and dear colleagues, that the supply of gas to Hungary has been uninterrupted so far, based on the long-term contracts we have signed, and based on the absolute safe operation of the Turkish Stream pipeline, through which currently 1/2 of our daily supply is flowing in. On the Turkish Stream pipeline, we receive 100% of the contracted value in the framework of the long-term contract of ours. Here I just would like to remind ourselves to what extent we were very heavily attacked for constructing that pipeline. And I just would like to say that in case we had not built that pipeline, now we would be in a big problem. Because having seen the interruptions on the northern and western European delivery routes, if we had to rely only on the incoming volumes through Austria, from Baumgarten, then we would be in a crisis situation when it comes to the supply of energy to our country. But since we have resisted the attacks and we have built this pipeline, we are now safe. That's why the filling up of the storage capacity has been continuous, and I would like to repeat that compared to consumption, the level of fillingness of our storage capacity is 29% compared to the European average of less than 18%. So the preparation for winter has been taken place according to schedule, but since we are not living under normal circumstances, the government has made a calculation that in order to be absolutely safe, an additional volume of 700 million cubic meters of natural gas is necessary from the perspective of the safe supply on top of all the volumes we have contracted already. The commercial and political discussions have been going on, and they are progressing in a very promising way, and we are working on this additional volume to be bought for the sake of the very safe supply of our people. And finally, I just would like to underline that we have been using nuclear energy for 4 decades now. Our experience is that nuclear energy is a safe, clean, sustainable and cheap way of generating energy. That's why we decided to accelerate the ongoing project of the construction of the 2 new reactors, which should enter into commercial use 2030 the latest, and through which our nuclear capacity will be increased to 4,400 megawatt, which will allow us to be much more dependent from the turbulences of the global energy market compared to the current situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. And now Ivanka from Bulgaria, and then Claude from Luxembourg.
Thank you, President. In the current geopolitical situation, in the context of a war led by Russia at our border, the borders of the Union, putting an end to the Union's dependence on Russian fossil fuels is a compelling imperative, as others before me have said. We therefore consider that the measures set out in Repower EU and in the winter gas storage package to be key, given that national specificities and starting positions of each member state are taken into account and the necessary flexibility allowed. United, coordinated actions based on solidarity and cooperation should Russia further reduce supplies or even cut them altogether should be at the basis of all that we do. And I would like to dwell particularly on three areas here. First, it is of paramount importance to raise the awareness of all consumers of the benefits of energy efficiency through active information campaigns and by providing accurate information on how energy can be saved, by providing also training in energy efficiency with a focus on new technologies and how they could benefit each household. Secondly, we must continue to fill up our gas storage facilities and introduce mechanisms to recover costs in support of national budgets by, in particular, concentrating further financial resources under the Recovery and Resilience Facility. It is also important to make the best and highest use of local energy resources, and we must increase energy connectivity, and our base capacities in Bulgaria, including lignite and nuclear power, account for 60 to 70% of our electricity generation and therefore guarantee the security and affordability of our supply. In synergy with TAP and TANAP, the pipelines, adding to that future LNG terminals and the Greek-Bulgarian interconnector, which has been mentioned by my colleague, the Greek minister, that will be placed into operation before the next heating season. All this will contribute to the energy security not only of Bulgaria, but of the entire southeastern Europe by diversifying supplies. At the Union level, we must rapidly introduce the energy platform for joint purchases, and Bulgaria is an active contributor to this project. And thirdly, the regulation we have just approved this morning, we must implement it, and Bulgaria stands fully committed to this task, even though it will be a challenge to us, given the binding character of the 15% and the absence of a financial compensating mechanism at the Union level, which, again, we would like to draw your attention to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivanka. Claude from Luxembourg, the floor is yours, and then please Anna from Poland.
Franz Timmermans und Robert Habeck haben schon klar sein. Putin will
Franz Timmermans has already made it clear that we mustn't be naive. Russia will use energy as an additional weapon in its war against Ukraine and Europe. It is financing parties who are friendly towards him, and he is influencing our citizens with the propaganda that he's purveying, and he will do whatever he can. And what we need to do is to face up to this issue, and we're doing just that. And we're doing it by regulating gas storage. And we managed to do this within just a few months, and we're in the process of filling our gas storage facilities jointly, and we're doing it today as well. And as someone who's been involved in EU policymaking for more than 20 years, I can say that never before have we seen a new EU regulation adopted within the space of just 1 week. And this shows that we know where we're trying to get. 15% gas savings as part of a joint effort makes us less open to blackmail this winter. It will mean that the costs for our citizens for energy can be brought down, and it will also help us in our fight against climate change. In Luxembourg, we are at full speed in trying to make headway in the area of solar and wind energy, and we would have been able to set up even more heat pumps today if that had been possible. And we were able to shift from 100% gas network to a 10% gas network and 90% wood pellet network. And there are additional measures that we're taking as well. The first thing is that we need the go-ahead from the EU Commission that the temporary crisis network will not run out on the 31st of December 2022, but it'll run on to the summer of 2024, because we'd have 2 hard winters ahead of us, and we must create security of investment, particularly for industry. And the second thing that we spend a lot of time talking about, but not enough time working on, is the gas purchase platform. We have to make headway on that. And this is needed by small member states in particular. And thirdly, we need solidarity and coordination throughout the whole of Europe, not only the EU, with Ukraine, with Norway. But notwithstanding Brexit, we should also cooperate far more closely with the UK in the field of energy. And Switzerland too. Switzerland will also save 15% of gas, and they have a very good fuel switch program with their industry. We should involve them more closely in our deliberations as well, because only if we all work together will we be able to face up to Putin, and we will do just that. I'm really quite optimistic, because today I think we've taken a historic step, and I'd like to thank you all very much for that. And just one sentence in English.
I start to understand the Hungarian energy politics. It's a party who wants to be in power forever, because now you have a Russian gas contract, you increase your nuclear dependency from Russia. So imagine a day where Hungary would have a non-Russian friendly government. It's a blackmailing power which your citizens and this government would be exposed. So it seems to be a coherent political strategy.
Danke, Claude.
Thank you, Claude. Anna?
Poland is the next speaker, and then Rob from Netherlands.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to comment on gas since we presented our position in the last session. Poland is on the safe side when it comes to energy security, including gas security, and we implemented a number of actions to be on the safe side, and I'm not going to comment on those actions. I'm going to speak about tools and additional solutions we need to be continuously on the safe side. We spoke much about solidarity today. When it comes to solidarity, what is very important for Poland now, it is to suspend ETS as soon as possible. For us, it's very important to keep up the effective district heating system, and this solution is a must for us. The Industrial Emissions Directive causes a serious problem in the current circumstances, I believe not only for us, when there would be a need to switch from gas to other fuels. Cogeneration plants, the effective ones, need longer derogation from the IED, especially from BAT standards. One more remark on solidarity. Solidarity needs to be expressed towards those who are in need and not those who can cope on their own. This is why what we appeal to you today is to firstly show the spirit of solidarity with Ukraine in terms of military, energy and humanitarian support. Ukrainians are the ones who need it the most. The Ukrainians are the ones to whom our efforts should be directed at first. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. The next is Rob from Netherlands and then Dan from Romania.
Thank you, Joseph. Just a few weeks after the ambitious Fit for 55 package, we've now agreed on the winter preparedness regulation, and I would like to thank the Commission and the Czech presidency on the tremendous work you've been doing over the past few days. Now it is time for action. And the first step should be to raise awareness amongst the public through saving campaigns, inform them about measures that people can take and provide them with the tools to do so, and appeal to their sense of responsibility. And governments are setting the right example, both nationally and locally, for example, by putting down the heating in public buildings. Secondly, the Netherlands has already seen a large reduction in gas demand from both households and industry due to the high energy prices. And furthermore, we should take to heart the recommendations by the Commission and ACER and shape compensation measures in such a way that they do not increase energy consumption. To enhance our energy security ahead of next winter, we should increase alternative sources of energy. And we need to speed up deployment of renewables. The Netherlands, for example, is investing heavily in wind on the North Sea, solar on rooftops, and hydrogen backbone and biogas. And we are also increasing our LNG capacities. The Netherlands will double the import capacity from 12 to 24 BCM before the coming winter. And almost all of this capacity has already been sold to market participants as far east as in the country of our esteemed presidency. We should also make sure as many of our power plants as possible are available in wintertime, also by rescheduling maintenance to, for instance, the summer period. And to ensure a better starting position at the beginning of winter, we have to make sure our gas storages are filled. The Netherlands is working on it. And we should ease the tension on the gas market by promoting proactive gas demand reduction. We need to make sure our plans are finalized well ahead of next winter. The Netherlands is updating the national emergency plan as we speak, and we focus on 3 elements. We develop a voluntary savings tender, we prepare a sequenced gas curtailment plan for the industry, and we are also working closely together with our German colleagues to make sure that there are no cross-border or limited cross-border effects on supply chain. And third, we are preparing an intensification of our energy savings instrument. To conclude, the measures included in the Save Gas for Safe Winter package are already being implemented in the Netherlands to a large extent. And we welcome the recommendations to consider cross-border value chain aspects. Our intention is to work closely on this with our neighbouring countries, for example, through the Pentaforum. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. The next is Dan from Romania and then Roberto from Italy.
We welcome the opportunity to have a new exchange of views on the issue of the security of supply and winter preparedness in the EU. The tension on our energy system has not been reduced, and we are still facing uncertainty regarding the future availability of natural gas. EU countries will be affected very differentially by possible future disruption based on location, level of interconnection, energy mixes, and possibility to diversify sources in a short time period. Response measures should be, in the first phase at least, adjusted to national capabilities and specificities. The voluntary component of the coordinating mechanism is very important and can deliver significant gas savings. Measures such as fuel switch, tenders for gas savings in industry, demand reduction in the public sector, increased efficiency in district heating and cooling, together with information campaigns for the population, are valuable tools. Our focus will be on sectors which can deliver the most gas savings based on the voluntary demand reduction. We are also, as always, ready to coordinate via the risk groups and the gas coordination group with other member states to ensure coordinated solidarity measures. In order to ensure better preparedness for the next winter and beyond, I would like to refer to certain key strategic directions. Firstly, ramping up gas production from indigenous energy sources. As you know, Romania has started to extract gas from the shallow offshore perimeter in the Black Sea. The estimated production is above 1 billion cubic meters on a yearly level, representing approximately 10% of the Romanian annual gas consumption. Our storage levels are currently at 54%, and we are happy that we can rely on our nuclear energy production and, to some extent, coal as a baseload energy sources. In a nutshell, making full use of indigenous energy sources in a technologically neutral way will have positive effects to driving down the cost of electricity. Secondly, consolidation of gas infrastructure and missing links. In the southeastern part of Europe, two gas corridors are crucial importance, the vertical gas corridors and Trans-Balkanic corridors. And as have been mentioned also by our Kostas from Greece and by our colleagues from Bulgaria, we are working together very hard to bring these corridors and to allow additional flows of LNG and gas from Azerbaijan. Also, it is necessary to prioritize investment in gas storage capacities under Connecting Europe facility. Third, operationalization of EU energy platform. We fully support the timely operationalization of the platform and the creation of a fair governance and distribution mechanism. The platform will contribute to stabilizing gas prices and supply in the region in a transparent manner. And fourth, mitigation measures. The gas storage and energy prices crisis have impacted all member states, and temporary mitigation measures at national level are already widespread. Our objective is to make the crisis more manageable for households, social services, and SMEs, and critical industry. Also, as you know very well, with the current high energy prices, the national budgets are already overstretched, and therefore we need to accelerate discussion regarding the potential price cap and market design optimization. We are interested to further explore in this respect with the Commission alternative measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. And now Roberto. And then Albinas from Lithuania.
So thank you, President. Very quickly, since it's going to be late, once again we acknowledge the great job done by the Commission trying to make this new rules flexible, taking into account the local circumstances and different energy mixes of the different member states. We think it's an important step towards energy saving, gas saving, which is fundamental to establish the future rules for solidarity in how to implement them. Concerning Italy, so our storage today has overcome 70%. We're moving towards 71%, and it's progressing smoothly. And over the last few months, we have defined our diversification plan to get rid of the Russian supply of gas. In small detail, about 25 BCM have been found by different suppliers, replacing approximately 30 BCM from Russia. One half of this new supply is in the form of LNG. For this reason, we have purchased already 2 regasification floating infrastructures that will be installed in the next 12 and 24 months. And another half will go directly into the pipelines. So we believe that by the beginning of this winter, we will be almost independent of the Russian supply, and by next year, the situation will be rather safe without no dependence from the Russian supply. This means that we can free up some gas for those countries who at the moment are less interconnected. Concomitantly, this was done in May already, so fortunately it goes along the direction that have been indicated by the Commission. We have done a massive energy gas saving plan that consists in a number of actions. Shortly, there will be a reduction in residential heating and air conditioning, both public and private. there is a massive acceleration in renewable energy installation. Just to give you an idea, in the first 6 months of 2022, we got a subscription for the connection of new renewable power stations for 9 gigawatt. Now, the limiting factor now is not the investment, but is the availability of panels and raw materials. So just to give you an idea, despite we have all that new renewable capability, we had to spread over 2023 and 24 because the panels will not be delivered by the end of the year. But anyway, the positive fact is that the action is really very much accelerated in terms of renewable. And finally, synthetic fuel, biogas are also a subject of some effort. And last but not least, we have simplified the installation on private housing up to 200 kilowatts, and for small medium enterprises up to 10 megawatts of renewable installations without big paperwork. So we hope the combination of this energy saving program plus the diversification of the supply of gas by other sources will contribute on one hand in the saving, and on the other hand in making life easier to all the European member states. Last but not least, and I agree completely with what Rob said before, advertisement and convincing, involving people in this action in the next 2-3 years will be very important. As you know, we cannot control every house with independent heating, so we need to make advertisement, and this will be very important. I wonder whether we should make a sort of a European action for that, because it will be much stronger than domestic advertisement. But that's just a proposal I launched at the last minute.
Thank you, Roberto. And now, please, Albinas, Lithuania, and then Richard from Slovakia.
Yes. Thank you, Joseph. I think in order to get better prepared for next winter, we need complex solutions. So Lithuania started with supply-side questions. First, we optimized functioning of our FSRU facility. We managed to more than double actual regasification capacity, so now the number of molecules is more than 2 times higher in the region. We also started filling underground storage early in the year, just before the war, and figures that we have achieved are already above EU targets. Another example is we are undertaking fuel switch. The most noticeable example is heating of capital will be temporarily switched to fuel oils for this winter, but starting from next winter we will switch to biomass, meaning that we will move to sustainable fuels also in the heating sector. Low-hanging fruits are in the energy efficiency, where we undertake small-scale renovation in thousands of buildings just to get ready before next winter. But of course, long-term and lasting solution is further implementation of our Green Deal. We should develop new renewable power sources. We have adopted a breakthrough package in the Parliament which eases the bureaucracy, and we hope the real breakthrough materialize also rather soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Albinas. And now, Richard, floor is yours, and then Dan from Denmark.
Thank you. I'd like to make a brief comment in response to what I said when I took the floor first, and I'd also like to respond to the questions. I think it's very good that the European Commission and European Union has managed to ensure that nuclear power from a low CO2 source is valid, and I would therefore like to say that without nuclear power, it's not going to be possible, it's not going to work, because the base load, the strong electricity performance, which remains, will still be necessary. Now, when it comes to renewable sources, well, that's all very fine, but it simply won't be enough. And after all, we've already seen last year, in March, I think it was, that for 11 days in a row, there was simply no wind. And I can't imagine that, for example, aluminium being melted by that means. I just can't see how that's going to work. And I think the demand for electricity is bound to increase, and therefore nuclear energy should be expanded more strongly. And all these dogmatic and often political decisions without enough by way of scientific arguments should simply be pushed aside. Now, the situation in Slovakia is this. We now have 4 reactors in operation, and perhaps in a month or two, the 5th one may be operational, and the 6th one in a couple of years' time. And we wish to continue to ensure that nuclear power and reactors can be expanded in Slovakia. You can't have a situation where people are fighting for the environment and against CO2, whereby in Germany the largest amount of coal is being burned in history. That is surely not in keeping with the purpose of the energy transition. And of course that applies to gas. So we would want to do so much for the environment in order to ensure that we would be burning the most coal in history. I think we should really appeal to all countries to expand their nuclear power facilities. Otherwise, it just won't be possible. It won't work. And vis-à-vis Russia's our dependency on Russia, we won't be able to bring that down if we don't do just that. Thank you. The Chair, thank you, Richard.
Now, as the last speaker for countries, for member states, Dan from Denmark.
Thank you. No doubt that we need to do our utmost to ensure the European security of supply in the coming autumn and winter. First, we must continue to fill our gas storages and have our contingency plans in place if the worst situation occurs. And make sure to prioritize between the non-protected customers in order to reduce the risks of gas shortage for critical consumers who are not protected. Sectors such as the food and medical sector are important to keep running, even in times of gas shortages. Keeping our citizens warm in the winter does not help them enough if they cannot get medicine or food. Second, delivering on the decision we have just made, we need to continue gas savings. We've already taken measures to do that, and we will do more. An information campaign has been launched in order to make the Danish citizens aware of the importance of saving energy. We have also put in place a number of schemes that could help households to replace their gas boilers with heat pumps and renovate their houses in order to use less energy. Fuel switch is also a measure we will encourage the industry to use. We should strive for as much electrification of the industry as possible and look into whether other fuels than natural gas could be used. Third, it is important that we show solidarity with each other, and especially with member states that will suffer the most if gas supplies begins to fail. In a situation with gas shortage, where we need to declare an emergency, it will have severe consequences for the non-protected gas consumers. The industry will be the first one to be cut off, and this can have major consequences for Europe's economy, competitiveness and employment. It will affect us all, and not just a few member states. Solidarity is, however, not just about reducing the gas consumption and filling the gas storages. It also covers that we coordinate and cooperate with each other, both when it comes to ensuring the gas supply and to jointly purchase gas and LNG, but also to increase the capacity of renewable energy and interconnections in Europe in order to ensure the European security of supply and phase out fossil fuels from Russia as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Hungary asked for the floor again, so Deputy State Secretary Dora, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My minister left, but I feel the need to address the comment from Luxembourg. There is so much talk about solidarity in this room. We don't even think about countries who are landlocked countries, who did their homework, and they are interconnected. We have interconnectors with 6 of our neighbors out of 7, but only Russian molecules flows in the region. We do have LNG access by now, after 20 years. Hungary has long-term contract not only with Russia, but with Western companies. I just want to address this, and also with regard to the nuclear power plant, it's an international project. Siemens, GE, Framatome is also participating, and civil use of nuclear energy is not included in any of the sanction package. Thank you.
Thank you. As I was informed, the Commission doesn't want to intervene. So then, if it's all right, then I can conclude. Okay? So, dear colleagues, thank you all for the fruitful and useful discussion. I think we've shown that if it is important, you will always find a way, and if it is not, you will find an excuse. Our debate at today's extraordinary council meeting has confirmed that we are always able to find a way, that energy security, including reducing gas demand before the upcoming winter, is a crucial topic for the whole of European Union. By agreeing on the Council regulation in 6 days, we have demonstrated our resolve to act quickly in times of crisis. We are sending a very strong signal towards Russia and the rest of the world that we are determined to stay united. Dear colleagues, you can find the Presidency summary of today's debate in front of you. To end with, let me use the opportunity to thank you once again for all your efforts and outstanding cooperation. Thank you. Colleagues, any other business point on our agenda has been requested by the Greek delegation. You have received the relevant note number 11398/22. Although at the request on the Greek delegation, this point is taken in public session. Now I would like to give the floor to Greece. Kostas, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joseph. So today I will discuss an issue that I think that concerns us all, and I mean about the electricity prices. What you see, the blue color is first of all figures are in million euros. So the blue color shows the revenues from the electricity generation plants, and the orange color is representing the windfalls. So what we did, and I'm going to present you shortly a mechanism that we have introduced and is going to operate for 12 months in the Greek market. What we did is that we have put a cap according to each technology, a cap to lignite for the revenues to lignite power producers, a cap to natural gas, and a regulated cap as well to renewables and hydro. If we go to the next slide, this table, you will show that the total revenues for July, for the first 15 days of July that this mechanism operated, the total revenues from the day-ahead market was almost 800 million euro. And finally, with the caps that we have put, the producers took 463 million euros, and the windfalls were 332 million euros, so 41% of the total revenues from the day-ahead market. That means that this money would have been paid from the consumers through the bills from the suppliers. So what we did is that we are capturing the difference between the caps that we have put till the day-ahead market, the price of the day-ahead market, and we direct these revenues, these windfalls, sorry, to an account, and then we give back this to the consumers. So what we propose, what we say is that the current target model, the current electricity model, has an issue that we have to fix it. So what we propose with the paper that we have already distributed to you is to proceed to a reform. So what we say is that to separate the technologies into two categories. First, those that will generate regardless of the price that they receive, such as wind parks, photovoltaics and nuclear, which will be compensated by a separate auction offering volumes and not bids, or by contracts for differences. And second, the remaining technologies like gas plants, natural gas plants, for which the price will continue to be determined in the way it is done now. Now, the weighted average of these two categories sets the final electricity price, which is of course significantly lower than the one formed by the marginal price of the last unit entering the system as today. We have shared with you this relevant non-paper, and we are open for further bilateral discussions on this. The difficult situation we are facing is due to the improper functioning of the market. It is very clear, showing the example that I just presented. All the above show us one thing, that the discussion for the new market design must start now. We support the Commission's intention to carry out an impact assessment to clarify whether changes are necessary and what the effects of the various alternatives would be. I would like also to close my intervention stating that the system shows its strength and reliability when there is a crisis. When there are no crises and no turbulences, all systems work well. It is the response to a crisis that shows whether the system is delivering. Thus, a solution needs to be found so that citizen support for the energy transition is not undermined. Let me say that for August, we expect that the windfalls that we are going to capture will exceed €900 million according to the current futures of gas prices. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Kostas, for this intervention. I understood that there is no request for any intervention from the member states. So,
I just wanted to thank Greece. I think this is really extraordinary that you come up with a proposal. This is not used in this round, I guess. So thank you very much, and we would like to engage in the discussion. I understand that this is not needed now, but just staying in silence and saying, okay, interesting proposal, now we leave the room, this is not, I mean, come on. So thank you very much for the mood at moving forward. I think I have some questions, but I think it's a proposal worth discussing, and the presidency will find a room to do that. Thanks.
Similar stuff is being discussed in Italy too, and we totally support the idea, particularly this kind of decoupling. And in the future, I think we should also discuss how to decouple renewable from molecular electricity. This is something that we have to discuss in the future, I think.
Okay, sorry, I got the wrong information. Cyprus also want to comment.
Joseph, we very much welcome this initiative from Greece, and we do believe that the solution proposed merits positive consideration. As Germany said, we need to have it in mind and discuss it furthermore. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Romania also want to comment?
Romania has constantly supported the optimization of the EU market design in order to limit the spillover effect of gas prices on electricity. And from this perspective, we carefully have to see and to analyze all the proposals that deserve to be examined and very more carefully in this respect. Thank you.
So, Agnes is the next from Spain.
Merci beaucoup. En une minute que...
Just briefly, we're very interested in this proposal, and we are prepared to work and make proposals in the form of a non-paper.
Thank you, Teresa.
I would just like to thank Kostas for this proposal. I think that the debate on how to operate the market in exceptional circumstances and the debate on how the market is developing are two very important issues, and we need to think about these even though we don't have time today.
Thank you very much to all of you. Kadri, do you like to... Oh. Okay. Okay, so I got wrong information. So Claude from Luxembourg is the next, and then Dan from Denmark.
So, colleagues, I had proposed to go to lunch because I was the only one who was on the list, and I was willing to withdraw. But if I have now only the cappers in the room speaking up, I think you have to understand, and there is a group of countries who have always championed the internal electricity market, and they know the value of it. Prices go high because there's scarcity. If the price is not high, the electrons would not go to France, for example, this winter. So it's extremely, we have to be extremely careful. We have a huge asset in this internal market. And we should be very careful when we start discussions. We are, of course, not opposed to it, but let's not throw out the baby with the bath.
Thank you. Dan, then.
Yes, well, thank you. I can be quite brief because I totally agree with Claude. We really need to make sure that we can discuss everything, of course, and optimize, but we really need to make sure that we don't make decisions that will have long-term negative consequences and ruin something that is the most efficient system for the green transition and for our energy security in the future. And really, if we move too far away from a market-based system, I fear that we do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is obviously extremely interesting and important topic, and all of us, we are interested in the Commission's view. So, Kadri, do you like to intervene?
Yes. Despite the fact that our colleague from Ukraine is waiting for us, but I want to thank Kostas for your active participation in the electricity market design discussions, and I can assure you that the Commission is very keen on having an open and in-depth discussion with all stakeholders and member states on any suggestions to improve the EU's electricity market. As you know, we had received a mandate from the European Council to look at how our market functions and how it can be optimized. And as part of this process, we will conduct a full impact assessment of all options to improve the electricity market. And this would also involve a broad public consultation, but the review process will also use ACER report. And already we have anticipated that the options to be assessed will be significantly broader than Kostas presented here. So there are different ways in which we could ensure that a system with a large share of renewables, but where gas-fired power plants are still needed for backup, can benefit the consumers as much as possible from the low prices of clean energy. And well, there will be different work streams. Some of them we already announced in our May communication. That will limit the impact of gas prices on electricity market. Well, just to mention some of them, the contracts for difference and other types for long-term contracting, then also direct contracts with generators could also benefit certain consumer categories. And third, more granular locational pricing for electricity can be an alternative to the current pricing model based on large bidding zones. But there are other possible options as well, and in order to ensure a comprehensive assessment, we are, of course, open to other suggestions from member states and stakeholders. And in the consultations that we have already held, many other member states suggest the current market design functions, that it functions well, and that we need to look at improving some features, but not for a complete overhaul. So based on this mandate of the European Council, we are looking at different options for a framework which is market-based, compatible with EU market coupling and the free trade of electricity between member states, and that gives necessary investment incentives for the full decarbonisation of the sector. To conclude, I am committed to take forward the impact assessment for a potential reform of the functioning of the electricity market in an open and inclusive way and with a realistic timeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Kadri. The Council took note on the information provided by the Greek delegation. Dear colleagues, this concludes our morning session. In 30 minutes, we will reconvene at the informal lunch with the Minister of Energy of Ukraine, Mr. German Galushenko, upstairs in the room S9. Let's say something around 2:45. Thank you very much and see you at the lunch.